Welcome to our final Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting for this triennium. So I'm sure we're going to have, well actually we're going to have certainly a long meeting and some good deliberations today. So welcome. Our meeting is being live streamed, so please pull your microphones towards you when you turn it on so that everybody can clearly hear who are watching from afar. So to those who are watching from afar, welcome to our meeting today. Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting on the 11th of August 2022. Welcome also to members of the public. It's nice to have you here with us this morning. And of course, do we have our media? No, we don't, not yet. I'm sure they will arrive. And of course, Jeff, to you and your senior team, welcome as well. Mobiles, well, we know the drill on that. Thank you very much. And I'm hoping we'll watch the timing to see when it's a good time to take a break so that the flow of the meeting can not be disrupted too much. Una, I am going to rely on you today because of the agenda and some of the issues that may arise. So thank you for be prepared for me to look over towards you. Thank you, Jeff, and possibly you as well. I think that's, yes, thank you. So Mrs. Trumper, can I ask you please to open our meeting with a karakia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia he hiri tātou. Tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai I raro, tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho, kia te ai, te Māori tū, te Māori ora, kia te kautaua, homi e, hui e, tae ki e. Now, Madam Chair, in light of today's agenda and the election cycle we find ourselves in the community sentiment, and this is my last Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting as Chair of the Rural Community Board, I'd like to take this opportunity to read a leadership quote that I think was very fitting for today. The ultimate measure of a man...
Mrs. Trumper, I just wondered, it might be more appropriate at the end of our meeting?
Are you sure? Because it really is important.
Well,
I really feel strongly about this for today.
Well,
and it is my last meeting. So
very well, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at the time of challenge and controversy. And that is a leadership quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So I felt it was very appropriate for today.
Quote of the day. Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, please. Carl, no apologies. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Carl, thank you. Urgent items not on the agenda. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if it would be appropriate to acknowledge the passing this week of Sir Miles Warren, the architect for this building, at the age of 93. Great innings. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always appropriate to remember. Thank you. Now, yes, page 7, we go to our minutes, Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting minutes of the 14th and the 15th of July 2022. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please, that the minutes are a true and correct record? Mr. Thomas, thank you. Councillor Yates, thank you. Are there any corrections, amendments or changes to our minutes, please? Carl, thank you very much. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you. Page 15, Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee hearing minutes of this is the 25th, the 26th, 28th of July and the 1st of August. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, that the minutes are confirmed as a true and correct record? Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Are there any corrections, changes or amendments to our minutes, please? Okay, Carl, thank you very much. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you, carried. Great. So, page 26, we're on our staff reports. The first of our staff reports. I'll just better open my page as well. Excuse me. The elected members' attendance at conference, at our Local Government New Zealand conference, there's the reports there. Oh, sorry, I better read it. Elected members' attendance at conferences, the reports from councillors. Could I have a mover and a second to receive the report? There was one tape. Yes, Councillor Yates.
Madam Chair, can I also just add that I've provided a hard copy and an apology as a autocorrect has incorrectly written my cousin's name from Meihana to methane. So every councillor should have a copy of that. Kia ora mai.
Thank you very much. So could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to accept the reports from the councillors be received? Mr Thomas and Councillor? Oh, Your Worship, thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. Are there any... if there are any members who attended the conference, Local Government New Zealand conference, we have got your reports and they have been read, and thank you, Councillor Yates, for your one thing. But I just wondered if anyone would like to briefly highlight anything in particular from the conference that you might want to share with us this morning. Councillor Yates.
Tēnā koe, I think I've already covered that in a previous meeting, but I actually publicly want to apologise because I haven't included Councillor Tapsell, who was also in attendance there as the Deputy Chair of Community Boards, but I will when I submit my PDF version. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. So, very good. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I thought just for the public record as well, it would be nice just to give a very brief overview of the key themes of the conference. So I did attend as well in my role as Deputy Chairperson of the New Zealand Community Board Executive, which represents all of our community boards across New Zealand. But I think it was a really great conference. The theme was focused on the future, and we had an address by the Prime Minister and a significant announcement from her that there will be no more reforms unless they are asked for. And so for us as council and local government as a sector, that promise was very well received, and we will be making sure we keep them to it because it has caused a lot of disruption. And just the second and final point was we were fortunate enough to also have Minister Nanaia Mahuta, our local government minister, there as well. And there was a meeting with her that I attended and also reminded her about the importance of having a local voice when we look at the 3 water reforms, and just pushing again that question of how can we ensure that when we're going into a model that's amalgamating, similar to the tertiary educations and then the district health boards, how can we ensure that here in Rotorua we keep that local voice? So some pretty relevant points for Rotorua. Thank you for allowing me to share that.
Thank you. Can I ask a question, Councillor Tapsell? Was there a good attendance by other community board members from throughout the country, or was it strictly LTA, well, the LTA representatives?
Mostly just the mayors, the deputy mayor, and usually councils will select 1 or 2 councillors to head along, and they usually represent that local authority. So myself and the chairperson were there on behalf of the community boards.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, Your Worship.
Yes, well, I'm glad that our councillors were able to get there and also attend to Marawata, as in the report. I was behind waiting for an announcement on infrastructure and unable to attend until the last day. But what did strike me was the diversity. So 9 years ago at a local government conference, you did not see young people, and you did not see diverse communities well represented, and you didn't see Māori as were so evident at this conference. I think Councillor Tapsell summed it up really about, it was all looking at the future, and the future of local government is going to be the big issue that Rotorua Lakes Council is going to have to grapple with. Where do we sit in terms of both the reform but also our direction of travel, and that needs to be reset. And a big focus was on the future, but I'm very heartened to see the diversity and young voices that were challenging. So it was a very vibrant conference actually, and I did attend the Excellence Awards, and I was very proud about Ngāti Rangawewahi being there for a highly commended in the Environment Award, and that in relation to water and water security for us as a council and the impact on the environment. I was very proud of that. So it was great to be there. Some people question, why do you go when you're no longer standing? it's a great opportunity to network for us. There are many mayors around the country that are not restanding, so there's going to be an amazing renewal of the local government sector, and that was our only opportunity to say goodbye to colleagues that we've worked with on regional council and local government over the last 9 years. And Rotorua can be very proud of where we were positioned at this stage and noticeable in our presence at the conference.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Look, you really have highlighted that local government is no longer going to be business as usual. Many cities are going to have more renters than ratepayers, and they certainly want a voice. And look at Rotorua, we're becoming more diverse. We're welcoming people from other countries. They're coming in wanting to make Rotorua their home. They come from a different culture, so they're making our city vibrant and more exciting. And we've got young leaders coming through. And I do look to you too, to councillors and you know, our councillors here at the table, and it's the young voices who want to be able to make a contribution. So you're right, local government is changing and we have to be prepared for that. And so does our community. So thank you for mentioning that, Your Worship. Now, we're going on to, did I put that motion? I did, thank you. The recommendation on page 29, consideration of feedback to development contributions policy consultation. May I have a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the report? Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Yates. I'll put that motion. Yes, thank you. We have a mover and a seconder. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. Morena Thomas. Thank you. You're going to speak to the report. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors, board members and members of the community. So my apologies, I am just battling some post-COVID symptoms, so just bear with me. Development contributions policy. What we're asking you today is the question around who should pay with regards to additional infrastructure that needs to be built to support growth. And the question being posed really is, that should the ratepayers continue to pay for that, or should those that are causing the developments and are benefiting from those developments and causing growth pay their fair share? Not all of it, but should they pay their fair share? And by paying a fair share, that is done through development contributions. And that ultimately is the question that we ask you with regards to the recommendations. So what are development contributions? Well, they are charges that are set out in the Local Government Act. It's really defined as to how you can and can't use them. They're charges that are levied on new developments, and they're also charges that are levied on brownfield developments where they're rejuvenated. And they can be applied at any stage of the process with regards to subdivision, building consent or connections. And they can only be used to fund infrastructure that sits in our long-term plan that has been identified for growth. And for it to be identified for growth, it is not replacing existing assets, it is creating new infrastructure to support growth in our district, both residential, commercial and industrial. And the charges can only be used to fund that. And as I said, the question comes is that should that be funded through rates or should it be funded through another mechanism, and who pays their fair share? Different from financial contributions, and as a reminder, predominantly nearly every council in New Zealand has some form of development contribution charge. So why are we asking this question now? Well, I'll probably go to the next slide. It's a result of the growth that we are seeing. We are seeing significant number of new dwelling and consents being applied for. We're seeing now, on the back of the success of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, the need to create up to 6,000 new homes, if not more. We are seeing large developers within Rotorua that are waiting for new stormwater infrastructure in particular to allow their developments to go ahead. And we know, therefore, that to support this in the next 10-year cycle, in our LTP, we targeted $60 million of expenditure to support this growth, of which we were asking the question around, should half of that be funded via development contributions? So, to date, we've obviously signalled in the last two LTPs the need for these to come back. We've had workshops, We've put a draft policy together. It has been out for public consultation. The hearings took place in mid to late July, and we are now at the point where you're obviously deliberating on the feedback received for you to make a decision to proceed or not, and for council to... So the draft charges that went out was done on 2 catchments, Nongataha being a little bit different from the rest of the urban area, and that was around the stormwater charges. And so what we were looking at was 2 sets of charges that if you were in the Rotorua urban area outside of Nongataha, you would pay about $10,800 inclusive of GST, which would cover a development contribution for stormwater, wastewater and water services. And if you're in Nongataha, you paid less than that because there were no stormwater works identified in our long-term plan, and so you would pay substantially less. The consultation, we did receive 60 submissions, and really at the heart of it there were 2 themes, and it comes back to the question that I posed before: who pays? So on one hand, there were about half the submissions, predominantly from developers, around who should pay for the growth, and their feeling was obviously that sorry, I'll flip it the other way. With regards to non-developers, their feeling was that developers should pay their fair share. And so are the development contributions being proposed reflective of being that fair share? And on the other side was predominantly developers and consultants, and their view was obviously that the ratepayer should predominantly pay for growth, and that development contributions would see as a barrier to creating growth, and so therefore they shouldn't be introduced or they should be delayed. And really there's the 2 differing views, and one supports the ratepayers paying for this, and the other saying actually no, developers should pay their fair share. We have made some significant amendments to the policy underneath, and I won't bore you with this, but at the heart of it there were some technical changes as a result from feedback and some refinement. The big changes to the policy was really around the stormwater, and so we have divided the stormwater catchments up, whereas before in the draft policy we had 1 catchment for the main urban area. We have now broken that up into the western, the central, which is tied to the Puringa, and then our eastern. And eastern has been broken into 3 different components, and that actually highlights the fact that the majority of our stormwater works actually only sit, I think, in Eastern B. And so therefore only developments in Eastern B would pick up a stormwater charge, and Eastern C and A would not. And any development in Central would pick up the component of stormwater charges that fell within that catchment, and Western as well. Now the challenge that we have is that the majority of the work actually is in the Western area, which probably comes as no surprise to yourselves with regards to the work and all the discussions that we've had. And so by changing this, it really did change the way that the development contributions charges landed, and has actually lifted the charges. So whereas before we had a standard charge of about $10,000, $10,800 for all in the urban area, it has now split up the western area and the stormwater charges, and as a result we're into the amended column. So developments in the western area would be about $14,000. Those in the central or eastern and A and C would be $3,900. I apologise, there's quite a bit of detail here, but there's no other way of presenting this. Any others in stormwater Eastern B would be $10,200, and in Nongataha, $3,900. Now, the challenge that posed was obviously in the western area, it was quite a significant increase on what we had consulted on. So we did look at different options with regards to trying to manage that. And so it's hard to read. And so what we did land on is a recommendation to yourselves to cap the increase in the western area to 115% or 15% increase on what was consulted. And where we landed on is the items highlighted in yellow being the charges that are recommended. So in the western area, 12,200 inclusive of GST, Nongataha 3,900, and 77 in the Eastern B area, 10,200. So most of those are similar to what we consulted on, with the exception of the Western area, which obviously captures the Pukehangi area, and where we have recommended it to cap the fees. The other recommendation as well was to delay the implementation from 1 September to the 1st of December, but other than that, with regards to a significant amount of technical changes, those are the two recommendations from officers to yourselves. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll have questions from council. And please, councillors, just remember that it's questions, and then afterwards, when we put a mover and a shaker, mover and a seconder, excuse me, then we can have the discussions if there's any discussion to be had. So it's questions. Thank you for councillors. I'll take your worship first. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas, and it's nice to see some shift after the submissions. That's what we hope to see. Just my question was, I remember when we got rid of development contributions, one of the arguments, and they're repeated here, about they're overcomplicated and expensive to implement. Is it easier now without IT upgrade for this, or is it still going to be quite complex?
At that time, Your Worship, we had development contributions that covered a whole wide range of scenarios. So it also covered parks and reserves, libraries, events and venues and so forth. And so there was a lot more work required to identify the growth component and the DCs. This time around, we're a lot more streamlined. We're actually just targeting growth infrastructure for wastewater, water and stormwater. And as well, at the time of removal, there was very little activity, and so it was costing more to administer the scheme than that was being recovered at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. The first is around timing. It seemed that from the consultation feedback that we got, and I was one of the councillors that actually attended some of the workshops, was that it would be beneficial for developers to have a longer period of implementation, given the pipeline of work that they have and the time frame to lead from the start of a development to the completion. And so the recommendation has only been to push it back by 3 months. Is that going to allow sufficient time to take into account those developers' concerns?
Just remember that there is a remissions component attached to this, so at any time a developer can approach council, and if they see that the proposed development charges put their development at risk, yourselves as council can make a decision to remit those, and I think that's a much better mechanism to deal with those scenarios on an ad hoc basis rather than to defer and delay the implementation of the policy. Because what that does mean is that growth does take place, growth that is targeted, and they aren't paying their fair share, and so therefore a bigger share of these costs falls on other people.
So on that basis, it's pretty much negotiate with the council staff if it's on a remissions basis, rather than if we simply said, let's push this out to the new financial year. What would be the impact if we did that?
The impact of that is, remembering we are looking to recover $30 million over a 10-year period, and so there is a potential that in any 1 year, a simple 1/10 could be used, but the reality is there is a lot of work in the pipeline at the moment, and so the risk is that a lot of growth will get consented and not pay their fair share. So you're talking probably $3 to $5 million could be the impact.
Okay, I've just 2 more quick questions, Madam Chair. One is just around the IAF funding. So the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund required the introduction of development contribution levies as part of the conditions for that $85 million to be given to the city. And
no, that's technically incorrect. That's not a provision. So the provision was actually that the developers pay their fair shares, but it wasn't actually referenced directly back to DCs. Okay,
so in that situation with the IAF application requiring Kaingora and other developers to build, I think it was 3,106 houses within the next 7 years, and will that require Kaingora to actually pay a development contribution given that they do their own consenting?
So Kaingora is not exempt from development contributions, no. So they are just like any other developer and would pay their fair share.
And just one final question. It was just around the simplification. It came from developers around the awkwardness of trying to calculate credits for stormwater. And so how are we going to assist developers to be able to quickly calculate what credits would be for a development?
In some cases, it's going to be difficult anyway because you have to understand the historical use of the site. And so there will be times where we'll have to talk to council officers and to a determination. But what we are looking to doing, and that is part of the reason to delay the implementation to 1 December, is to introduce a system similar to Tauranga City Council where we would advertise a per square metre rate. So it would be easier for the developers to calculate what they are.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Yates?
Nei rā te mihi through you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Thomas. Comprehensive report here. Councillor Kai Fong had also covered off one of the partai for me, or actually two. One was around timing, and I actually do support leaving it to the next financial year. However, I do see what's on the table today. The other one was around credits, and as we discussed with our developers, that was definitely something that they would be interested in looking at. So those open lines of communication are going to be critical, I think, moving forward. However, can you explain to me, my question now is around the green and brown fields, because all of the property developers that came to the hearings and presented were quite explicit about the differentiation there. How has that been factored into where we've landed in this report today?
It's safe to say that the developers that spoke, and there were 3 of them, do predominantly brownfield developments, and they were uncomfortable with wanting to pay development contributions. So they were, however, comfortable that anyone doing a greenfield development should pay their development contributions. There is no real difference between the two, with the exception that those that do brownfield developments get credits for what is already there. So as an example, if I have a site that is half covered in tar seal and the other in grass, and it has a 1,000 square metre building on it, and I demolish that, council staff determine what was already there with regards to the demand on water, wastewater and stormwater. And then the new proposal that replaces it, and as an example, I decide to tar seal the whole site, but yet I put a smaller building on there because I changed its use. That developer would get credit for what is already there and only pay the difference. And in this case, they would likely not receive a charge for water or wastewater because the building that is being built is smaller, but they would pay for the fact that whereas half that site was not impervious, and so it was soaking up rainwater, it is now sending all the stormwater into there, and so they would pay there for that change. And that charge would be much less than if someone was to just do a greenfield development and pay all of it. As I said, it's fair to say that those developers were not happy with being charged development contributions, and yet all 3 of them also do developments in Tauranga, Hamilton and elsewhere in New Zealand, where they also do get charged DCs.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a number of my questions have been answered or touched upon, especially that answer you've just given there. And I presume that's also addressing some of the issues raised at the hearings around square meterage versus HUIs for non-residential development. So that would fall into there, and you've explained a redevelopment, so thank you for that. I guess one question, does this just apply to the Rotorua urban area, or will these development levies apply out in the rural and lakes areas? And I'm thinking in particular of the lakes areas where we already have rates and procedures in place for new developments happening out there where it's really just sewerage connections out around the lakes, and we've already worked out what a new developer would pay in those places. So that's one quick question. Just, is it urban area or is it everywhere? And how would it affect those areas with targeted rates already?
So currently, only the urban area is shown in the maps and the plans, because that's where predominantly most of the infrastructure sits. But that is where, in our long-term plan and our infrastructure strategy, that is where the growth infrastructure has been identified. So, as an example, we have a water network in Rotorua, but there's no growth infrastructure being targeted for that. So, therefore, there was no need to create a catchment to support that. As an example, Rotorua, the only infrastructure at the moment is obviously the wastewater network being put in. Any new property that connects to that would pay the current proposed connection fee and targeted rate. However, in the future, if the network is expanded and it is identified in our infrastructure strategy and long-term plan, and then the development contribution policy would reflect that. But at the moment, it is only the main urban areas.
Great, thanks. And just one other quick question. A number of the developers that came and presented to us also talked about the number, the contributions they're making already in terms of on their site development. But can you just clarify that when we're talking about these development contributions going towards increasing capacity of infrastructure, we're actually talking about the infrastructure out on existing roads and neighbouring areas to cope with stormwater, not actually within the new subdivision or whatever. So it's the existing infrastructure that may not be able to cope with another 200 houses, say, being added to the system.
That is correct, and so there are rules in particular from the regional council around on-site stormwater management that each developer in their development has to take on board, and RLC's component is once the water is released from those developments, then how is our network coping with that, and what is the infrastructure spend that we need to do on our network to support that. That's what we're talking about, yes.
Great, thanks for that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We do have a number of councillors who want to speak, ask questions. Councillor Tapsell, then Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. My question is just following on from the suggestion to change the timing instead from the 1st of September and implementation from the 1st of December, actually until the new financial year, so pushing that out into the 1st of July 2023, because we've used the word fairness a lot, but the thing is you can't measure fairness, it's different for everyone. But what we can do is ensure that it's reasonable. So would it not be reasonable to push it out to July, which will give 1 year from when we first started consulting on the development contributions, and then would that also incentivise the immediate developments that we do need, because it will show developers that we do remain open for business, and it would also incentivise those developers to actually get them in quickly before the end of this financial year, which will then give us that immediate growth in housing that we do need. So would that not be reasonable?
I guess, Councillor, elsewhere in New Zealand, DCs aren't seen as a disincentive to develop, so and they're a necessary mechanism to help fund growth. I think what you're suggesting there is that by delaying it and allowing all these developers to get in and put their consents in, they wouldn't pay their fair share of the infrastructure that this council would then have to build. And so then ultimately the question I'd be asking you is who would pay for that? Yeah. Because all those developments that would come into that period that would require us to invest won't pay their fair share, which means that the next lot of developments would either pay more or you would have to ask the ratepayers to contribute. And that's the question that you need to ask yourself with regards to that delay. The mechanism available to you is that if there is a developer that has significant concerns that this is seen as a disincentive, they are able to come to us, we are able to talk to them and understand them, and we can make a recommendation to council to remit the DCs if that is required. And the officer's recommendation is that that is the pathway we should be taking rather than delaying the implementation.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, my question, and possibly part to be answered by Regan, is also looking at the timing issue. So your graph showed a steep rise in building consents for houses. And later on in our agenda today, in confidential, we're looking at the contract for the upgrade of our wastewater treatment plant, one of the largest capital projects that this council's done in decades. So what element of that upgrade is for growth, is to accommodate growth, and what is the revenue that would be lost by postponing the timing of this policy?
Yep. So the postponement, as I said, is potentially 3 to 5 million for a year. With regards to the wastewater treatment plant, in our current infrastructure strategy and LTP, none of that has been formally identified as growth, so none of it sits against us. However, we have talked to you in the past, and in particular around the success of the IAF application, that there will need to be a revision of those strategies and policies, whether it's at the next LTP or an amendment next year with the new council, at which point components of those programs will be identified as growth in those strategies and therefore will fall onto a DC charge. Because as we all know, with the investment being proposed in the wastewater treatment plant, there is definitely a component of growth that sits in there, and therefore it should flow through to this.
Mr Morgan?
Tērā taku mihi ki a koe Shirley, tō tātou kairahi mo te hui nei, tō kauhau MLK, tino pai. Ai, through you, Chair. Taku aroha ki a koe te tia.
Kia ora.
Pea te pākeketanga, kaore koe I kite, o pea kaore koe I ware I moho, takuta Morgan. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So just in terms of this development contribution, you talked about the future implications. And in the risk, I haven't seen reference to what happens with the Three Waters reforms and the amalgamation into Entity B. So is it anticipated that these will transfer over? Or I know that there's general acceptance that the Three Waters reforms are supported and needed, but there's issues with the detail. So if that's the case, then what's the detail in relation to this as we understand it?
It may surprise you that the government isn't providing us with a lot of detailed information on how to deal with this, so we've had to draw assumptions. And the assumption is that if the Three Waters reform does go ahead, that there will be a transition period, and during that transition period, they will use council's funding mechanisms to help fund their new entities. And that as they transition, they would look to amalgamate all the council's funding policies and all sort, and so anything that we have would transition across to them. As I said, there is a vacuum of information there, so it is just an assumption that's how it would work. But that's what we would anticipate.
Okay, so how long do you think that transition period will take, do you know?
I'm not getting drawn into what that is because I wouldn't have a clue. So that is for government to communicate to us, and as they're still consulting on it, and when that time is right, they'll share that information with us.
Okay, supplementary. So in the event that the plan, which is that Entity B will be tracked from 1st July next year, and it'll go live 1st July 2024, according to the reforms that are proposed, and I'm not asking you to predict whether it happens or not, I'm just asking you if the transition is the next financial year and Entity B is up and running, what would be the implication then? Would this policy only be applicable for the next 2 years, or?
So under that scenario, the policy would be applicable up to the point that Entity B is enacted and the assets are transferred across, and if the entity wished for us to collect revenues on its behalf through our policies, we would do that up until the government instructed us otherwise. Yeah. But as I said, it's we have no information on how that would be work, so we will deal with that when the time comes. Yes,
thank you. That's a good answer, because those are the unknowns at this point in time, and it's not relevant really to the discussion today. Thank you. Councillor Kumar and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the Chair, Thomas, thank you very much for presenting us after what the submissions were. My question is very simple. If the development levy contribution as it lies there with the suggestion, if the developers don't pay, do the ratepayers pay?
That is correct. It falls on the ratepayers. Now, I've just clarified what a typical DC would look like being proposed. I think it was $12,000–13,000. So if I was to go buy a section and go build a brand new house, you're talking about a $10,000 to $15,000 cost against an investment that I would likely have to make close to $1 million. So I don't think it is seen as onerous, and also the proposed charge in this case is probably a fraction of the inflationary costs seen, let alone on the price of a kitchen, all those sorts of things. So just to put it into context against what is the likely spend of these developments.
And just a supplementary to that, while it was a common sense question from what has happened, my other question is, was there anything in the submissions that the developers had said that they would contribute that was good for the community? Because through the chair, I'd like to move, after my question is answered, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you. Did you get the question?
I'm not sure exactly what you meant there, Councillor Kumar. If you could just
because
clarify.
while we heard in the submissions that it would hurt their bottom line, I thought it was quite careless because they were only concerned about maybe, say, what 100 developers out there. But my concern was, did the 100 developers have any contributions as to how they would affect 27,000 ratepayers?
Yeah.
I think there was a question there, so we'll, thank you.
It was a mixed bag with regards to developers. Some of them were actually recognised the need for development contributions and paying their fair share. Some of them were a little bit unhappy about the timing. And then there was a smaller group in particular that did commercial developments that were just adamantly against it and did obviously say that their developments were helping improve Rotorua, and so therefore they shouldn't pay a share. They also used arguments with regards to the financial implication of those developments. Now, it's up to you to weigh up that feedback and the weight behind it. But officers' views were we took that feedback on board, but we're also aware of how some of those developers operate and take with a grain of salt at times some of the things they did say.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, then Mrs. Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Thomas, for a very thorough report. Over the last 5 years, due to a wide range of factors, we've become a destination city. Many people have decided to move here from the major centres and that because of the beautiful work-life balance here. The question I have, is this still the case? Is this still increasing or steady or decline at the moment?
Not sure how to answer that.
No, yes, I don't know if it's quite relevant to the DC discussion, Councillor Maxwell.
Well, it's in the report saying that over the last 5 years, we've had an increase
in
population coming in. This is why.
It's definitely, I guess, councillors and councillor, yes, I guess since I returned to Rotorua 9 years ago, after growing up here and being away for a while, I have seen Rotorua grow significantly over the last period as well, and in particular the last 5. We have seen substantial infilling and growth, and we have obviously seeing the high demand for more housing for our people. So hence the need for council to spend up to $60 million. And then coming back to the question that's being asked, how do we fund a portion of that? Should it fall on the rates and the ratepayer, or should the developers pay their fair share?
That's right, comes back to that
Thank
question.
you. Mrs. Trumper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a couple of points of clarification, really, Thomas. With the delay and, the couple of comments around delaying it until the 1st of July next year and it falling on the ratepayers, can I have some clarity around who actually pays the stormwater rate? Because I believe it's only that it comes out of general rates, which would mean that the rural and lakes ratepayers would be paying for urban growth, and I'm just seeking clarification around that. That's point number one.
That is correct. Stormwater is on the general rate. So all ratepayers would pay.
Thank you. And then the second point is in the submissions, a number of the submitters asked about split charge and, you know, at point of application and point of end of build. Is there any, you know, so that we can let everybody know when those payments will actually be charged?
So we were going for the earliest, which is at consenting stage.
Thank you. Mr. Bersini Tuli.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Apologies for lateness too. Kia ora, Thomas. Just in relation to the submissions made by Ngāti Whakaue and Pokeroa Rōwhata, and partly in reference to the Fenton, the township agreement, and the iwi aspirations for growth, how were those submissions considered?
So they were considered. You recall within the policy that we have provided relief with regards to developments on marae and ancillary buildings. But with regards to any of those entities doing significant developments of scale, we believe that they should pay their fair share just like any other developer. So just on that, there are provisions with regards to papakainga on marae, and I think yourself has raised some good questions going forward around how they could be dealt with on wider developments going forward, but at the moment the policy does not provide for that.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A number of my questions have already been asked, but one of the first question that I have was just around from the submissions. A few of them actually said that the Rotorua having no DCs was an incentive for them to come here and invest in Rotorua. It decreases the cost for development, and the current financial climate and local economy will be put further at risk. But if you turn it around, with that increase in development, wouldn't our current infrastructure also be put at risk as well, if you look at that? But my question was on the from the submissions from the retirement villages, particularly I think from Ryman Healthcare. They mentioned that the housing unit equivalent usage was different to normal housing units with wastewater, drinking water, etc. Has that been factored in or into the calculations?
It has to the degree that we do provide them a discount because of obviously it's considered on the smaller dwelling side. It doesn't, with regards to it, doesn't go far enough for them. They do want more, but at this time, Office's recommendation is to not amend that. Bearing in mind as well that at any time, if one of them came to us and said, I wish to build X and Y, and it was a phenomenal development that we really wanted to go ahead, council can look at the development contributions charges and choose to remit all or portion of them if the benefit of that development going ahead outweighs the cost recovery of DCs. So you do, again, have that mechanism available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar, did you have another question before? Was I a bit... No? No, thank you very much. Well, thank you for the questions to Thomas. Now, it has been moved and seconded by Councillor Donaldson, so I am going to open up if there are any points of discussion that you'd like to have and I'll invite a round of discussion. Councillor Kumar, you were the mover, if you'd like to add anything here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, my argument's very simple, and after listening to the submissions at large, and there were some very good submissions, but a lot of the submissions were based on threats, and the threats I don't think should be a measure to consider good decision-making. The threats were that we'll move out of town. Most of the towns, most of our neighbouring cities that are developing and growing where the population is growing do charge some sort of levy. One just has to go to Auckland to understand and speak to those developers what they're already paying, plus the cost of living there. And we also know that if DLC doesn't come in, then the poor and ailing ratepayer picks up the tab. The poor and ailing ratepayer, and that's about 27,000 of it. Growth is inevitable, and we have to take in that user pays. So the numbers don't stack up. And that's why I'm saying that while the timing might not be right in September as early, I think a lot of them have known. A lot of them had suggested that, hey, look, they don't mind pushing. But I thought if they had come up and said to us in their submission as well, besides the bottom line, is that, look, this growth level will aid, because the cost of running an organization like the council and running a city is not cheap anymore. And we've seen it. So to use examples of what was quoted in 2013, the cost of living in 2019 does not stand and bear any resemblance to 2022. I just hope that we've come to accept that we want growth, but that anybody wanting to add to that has to know that in the end, that in their contracts they have variations, and developers have good tax accountants. Most of the ratepayers don't.
Thank you. Further discussion? Your Worship?
Yes, look, I am in support of the recommendations today, and I think the consultation actually did flag some issues that you have looked at amending the policy, and I congratulate you for that. I find the discussion around timing disappointing, really. We're looking at the impact of debt, and we mustn't forego debt in favour of people contributing, the right people contributing for the right development at the right time, and extending it till December, I think, is fair, especially in the planning timeline. I'm very aware that many of the developers outside of Rotorua have said, why did this happen? And it did happen when I became the mayor, and we were then a zombie town. Well, we were categorised as a zombie town with no growth, and we brought it in to stimulate growth. Well, we've got the growth, the targets are there, and the population growth and the need for housing. So the need for investment into infrastructure must be fairly met by those that can pay, and not the burden to the general ratepayer. So when we got rid of it, it was for the right reason, and bringing it back is for exactly the right reasons at this time in a cycle. And with the growth and with our expectations for housing development, now is the right time. I quite liked the idea of thinking of it as an environmental levy, because it was to do with stormwater and water, and that was, but that's just a bit cute. It's a development contribution for infrastructure, and I'm totally in support of that at this time. I was very aware in discussing it with some developers, it was worth a crack, them coming and saying they didn't like it. Of course, if that's within your business interest, that's what you'd bring to council. But those developers from outside, and I was particularly interested in the aged care, who said they might take their development elsewhere, they're not taking their development elsewhere, they're looking at Rotorua. And now is the right time to bring this in, and not to forego the revenue that we do really need to get on with our aspiration of housing. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Thomas, then Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I support these resolutions, and I do because I think it is reasonable that when new people or new properties or new developments come into the area, that they contribute to the burden they are going to place on the city for the future. I think that it's good to see that it is only in the city area. However, I do hope that council indicates to the incoming council that stormwater charges be taken out of the general rate and placed in a targeted rate. If we're targeting developers for stormwater development, I think it's unreasonable that areas that have no stormwater, so rural and lakeside areas don't have stormwater in there, it's unreasonable for them to be paying for it. And we had the same issue back in the 1990s with sewage development, when those areas without any sewage were also contributing towards the city's sewage treatment plant coming in. So that's just a caveat I have, that I would hope this council would suggest to the incoming council that they look at that, and most probably will have to anyway if Three Waters come into being. But other than that caveat, I do support this.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with most of the comments of previous speakers. I think the policy as laid out is fair. And as to the contention by some that they've caught on the hop and the timing should be extended, this policy was clearly signalled in the LTP that we would introduce a DC policy in year 2 of the long-term plan. So no one should be caught on the hop, and from that perspective, I also believe it's reasonable, so I'm in support.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Wang, then Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in support of this policy and in support of the recommendations.
Councillor Wang, could you just move your microphone in,
sorry,
please?
There we go. Support the policy and support the recommendations, because I believe that, you know, in order to attract development, we do need investment into our infrastructure network, and I also see it almost as a mutualistic, symbiotic relationship where, with this investment into our infrastructure, we will be able to attract more development as well. And we see from the submissions that clearly the appetite out there is for an introduction and development contributions as well for that investment into our infrastructure network. And I also want to say that we've heard the submissions from the developers and some of the concerns from them that were listed that were, with the ongoing challenges and I guess some barriers with the labour shortages, material shortages, the COVID impacted delays. The only part of the motion now that I would have a slight issue with would be just with the timing. And I understand some of the comments made before, but with the December, or initially the September introduction, which was much too soon, but even with the December introduction implementation, I would still be a little hesitant with that introduction and would prefer to defer it to the next financial year, just with the volatile market that we are in right now, to give the developers a bit of confidence as well in that space. But in general, I absolutely support the policy and the introduction of development contributions to invest in our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. I would support the recommendations that are in the motion. However, I do not support the recommendation that the development contributions start on the 1st of December, and I would prefer that it be held over to the 1st of July 2023. My rationale for that would be that we're trying to say that we have a problem here in Fenton Street, that we have homeless people who do not have houses to move into. So why are we not using every possible tool that we can to say that we are open for business, that we want to build houses? Here's an opportunity for builders to say, here, come into Rotorua, you've got an opportunity for the next 8 months, get in here quickly, do some new builds, do some affordable housing, because I think it's kind of difficult to say for a person, yes, if you're building $1 million house, yes, 10,000 is not too much. But if you're on a low income or you have a fixed income and you're borrowing that amount to go to the bank and say, I need another $10,000 or $12,000, that might be enough to tip the deal over. So in that situation, I wonder if the trade-off is that if ratepayers are prepared to pay to try and fix that problem by getting a few more houses built, then that's the trade-off. In terms of the current economic situation, we know that there are labour shortages, we know that there are supply shortages, we know that everything else is going up. So I think to add another $10,000 or $12,000 on to a new build at this time is just going to be something that people just say, we're not going to do it. And if we look at the numbers of CCCs, code compliance certificates that were issued, I think it was 169 that was shown in the O&M report, we're not going to get, we've still got a low number that we need to work off. So if we can shout out to the rest of New Zealand, Rotorua, we are open for business, there are opportunities here for developers and home builders, please come here, please build. I think that that's a really good message and signal to send. So I would, the way that the current motion is worded, would have to vote against it unless there was an agreement for an amendment to 1 July 2023.
Thank you. I think the ratepayers are watching this space, and certainly they've had a rate increase, so I don't know what we'd... So yes, so a moot point. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I also would struggle with supporting this with that date 1st of December, which I feel has been rushed through. I think it would have been reasonable to have given 1 year to the developers from when we started consulting with them, which would have allowed us to start it in the new financial year on the 1st of July. This is the worst time to be putting more costs on developers. When we look at many of the challenges that they're facing, even just interest rates alone, let alone a lack of staff, increase in construction costs, the average cost of building a home has risen over 20% in the last year. So people think of developers as these wealthy people with plenty of profits. Their profit margins are very thin, so thin that it will become unfeasible, as they have told us through their submissions, if we bring this in these current economic conditions. So at a time in Rotorua where we desperately need more homes, we want to attract more commercial and industrial development for the jobs that are required here, I think that it's just going to be the nail in the coffin for them, on them saying, is Rotorua a place that we want to invest? And to put this into more perspective, that's $10,000 that needs to be paid up front, not at the end of the development, not over time. It's a $10,000 tax, and that will be enough for someone who doesn't have enough deposit or just got in to not be feasible for those home buyers or builders either. So I am really concerned that this is being pushed through. I think it would have been better to signal and allow people time to prepare for it. Remember, it takes a while to build. So there will be current developments, and you do say yes, but they can come and talk to us about a rates remission. Why complicate the process? Why not make it as simple as possible and incentivise people to create those new homes, to build the new commercial areas, so that we can actually see some growth? Because these areas are places like Motion Entertainment, Redwood Shopping Centre, the Trade Central, where Mitre 10 and Kmart is. Imagine if we were able to kick through those before the 1st of July next year. That will be the Rotorua that we want to see, a Rotorua that's actually thriving with those developments, and developers have been very clear that in these economic conditions and times that this will not be feasible. So fortunately I won't be able to support this as it is unless we were, and you use the word fair, but I want to use the word reasonable. Start it on the new financial year, 1st of July.
Thank you. Thomas, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly before, that any delay of 8 months or so would cost the ratepayer, or sorry, you were talking about a cost of 2 to 3 million? That would, 3 million? That would then come back to the ratepayer?
It has the potential, yes. And just remember that that would currently either fall on the ratepayer to pay, or would fall on the next development to pay. So the next development would pay an even larger share because the cost of that growth infrastructure doesn't change. It's just a smaller pool of properties or new developments that would pick that up. Just a reminder as well that any empty section at the moment or development that has been consented and is obviously waiting for construction to start or is part way does not incur a development contribution charge. Only new developments that haven't been lodged yet. So the current pipeline that is currently underway and under development won't incur a development contribution charge.
Thank you. Councillor Yates, then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. Nei rā te mihi ki a tātou katoa I tēnei ata. Really appreciated everyone's input, and considering that at the beginning I was concerned about part 4, and the date. I'm also satisfied with the answers provided for us this morning, Thomas. I'd like to just remind our council that 60 submissions were received, 32 voted or suggested that the developer pays, only 12 said the ratepayer, 8 were against and 8 were not specified. So right there is kind of where I place my final decision for this morning, having come with an open mind. I too went out and spoke with developers personally around how they felt about the development contribution. It's clearly stated in our report, as has been in our long-term plan. This is not new news, so when I'm hearing getting pushed through, I find that odd. But I would finally like to say that I'm looking forward, Mayor Chadwick spoke about the environment levy, and I'm actually looking forward to the innovation that comes, because I do think that's something that didn't come through in the hearings, was a lot of our developers here in Rotorua are being very innovative in the way in which they're treating stormwater these days, which will have an added credit back to our environment, and obviously our economy. So what might come from this initial investment and the way of moving forward post 1st December may well see some extraordinary innovation coming out of Rotorua, which will transform the way in which we treat our waters here locally and nationally. So I am in full support of the recommendations as stated above.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. For me, I support the policy, the recommendation and the timing. Thank you for the explanation earlier, Thomas. For me, if the policy is not adopted, the fund growth goes back on the debt. For me, I don't want that debt to go on the ratepayers. No, thank you. Supporting the recommendations.
Thank you. Mrs. Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been sitting listening to everybody, and they've talked about fair and reasonable, and they've talked about fixed incomes, and they've talked about margins. And we sat here around the table and listened to Darren talk about Kaunga Ora, their margin at being at 1%, and in a submission we saw that their margin was 20%. And I've heard the worst time to be hitting developers. It's actually the worst time to be hitting ratepayers, and climate change is going to bring greater costs, irrespective of where we live. But I cannot sit here and expect our rural and lakes ratepayers to be contributing to somebody who is going to benefit financially from a development. Now, we know that there are builders going under. That's in the paper. We understand that. But this is a development levy for our infrastructure. And I cannot sit here in good conscience and actually accept a change to our ratepayers having to pick up an additional $3 to $5 million in 12 months. I have to support the recommendations as they're worded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. Mr. Morgan.
Dr. Morgan. Tēnā koe. So I support the motion. It needs to happen. The timing, not too concerned about that in terms of the discussion that's been had, but I think there's two comments I'd like to make. The financial pressures that Council's experiencing and are likely to push onto the ratepayer, that's understood, and that's a big consideration. But I think Council can up our game in terms of how we manage the fiscal implications of doing these developments, and there needs to be more transparency. The second one is also about transparency, and I think while the remissions policy is at the discretion of staff, I think it comes back to Council. I think there needs to be some transparency about how those remissions are handled, because my concern has been that it will be taken behind closed doors, and the remissions process and who benefits and who doesn't won't be transparent. But that's my position. Kia ora.
Thank you. Yes.
Point of order, the relevance, because this will come back to Council.
Yes, I think that's right. It will come back to Council, so thank you. Mr. Bessini Tule?
Kia ora, Madam Chair. And thanks again to Thomas. I support the intention, but because I suppose I'm a little disappointed that no consideration was given to the iwi partner. And I overheard something after we had the hearings, and it was like, when the Treasury is broke, add a new levy. And I was like, okay, I know growth is wanted, but I still don't think those conversations are being had early enough so that everyone can be on board. If you're going to tax me, talk to me. Give me some time. So I support the intention, but I can't support this policy.
Thank you. I think one of the things that came through in the submissions was actually around the development contributions was to explain it well and to keep it simple. And I think if we can do that, then I think there's wide acceptance by our developers, and they know what development contributions are in other areas and other cities, and so I'm going to say that we're probably just catching up, really. So thank you. Well, thank you very much for that discussion this morning. It has been moved by Councillor Kumar and second. Oh no, I've got to go through them all, don't I? Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. That's right. Would you like to have a final right of reply there, Councillor Kumar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, whether we delay it for 8 months, 3 months, or start in the next financial year, the inevitable is going to happen. We just have to go back and reflect in the last 8 months, how many houses were built? If we are seeking a solution, do we have any numbers on the table? I think there's a lot of things that have been thought through in this, and as Councillor Dave Donaldson had alluded, this was in year 2 of the LTP. A lot of developers have been talking since the starting of this year and have been complaining that, hey, look, if this comes, we will be out of here. They're still here. They're still holding to their projects. And I think, like life, when someone passes away, someone else comes, Same with these developers. Some old ones will go, some new developers will come. And that's just the evolution of life. So I think we need to carry on with what's ahead, whether the new council decides it or whether we decide it here today. It's going to happen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kumar. So it's been moved by Councillor Kumar, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. I will read out the recommendations. Been a change to a slight, thank you, correction to 5. So I don't know if I'll be able to see it from there, but I'll read out 2, 3, 4, and then I'll have a go at reading 5, excuse me. That the committee received the staff analysis of the development contributions policy consultation submissions, that's 2. 3, that the committee recommend to council to adopt the development contributions policy as per stated amendments. So refer to the track changes policy attached with effect from the 1st of September 2022. 4, that the committee recommends to Council that the implementation date of the policy will be the 1st of December 2022. And 5, that the committee recommends to Council that the Western stormwater charge be capped at 15% in relation to amendments made to stormwater catchment areas. Get that right? Thank you very much. Thank you. So those are recommendations 2, 3, 4 and 5. It has been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion, all those motions, no, I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Sorry. You would like to? Yep. Thank you. So we'll show of hands, is that right? We want? You want it recorded?
Madam,
Yes, fine. Thank you. Recorded against Councillor White.
could I please have, I support 2, 3 and 5, but could I just have it noted that I don't support number 4?
Thank you. So noted. Thank you very much. Thank you. The motions are carried. Thank you very much. Look, it is 11:15 and we've got the hefty debate coming up and on our next agenda item, which is agenda item 6, page 35. I am going to take 15 minutes for morning tea and then we'll come back. I want sufficient time to be given to this our next agenda item.
Madam Chair, just thinking of the public who have sat here, I just feel I'd be very comfortable to bring a coffee to the table. You want a break?
No, we'll take a 15-minute break, Your Worship. Thank you. for the revocation and disposal of identified reserves. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the report? Thank you, Mrs Trumper. Thank you, Councillor Yates. That the report, deliberations and recommendations on the proposal for the revocation and disposal of identified reserves be received. It has been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. Carried. Morena JP and Stephanie, good morning. And you're going to overview and speak to a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I suppose it's really important from a context perspective to see that this discussion today fits within a much wider discussion about the development and the future of the city. So we kicked that off this morning with some of the responses to growth and the need to think about our infrastructure moving forward and how we make sure we have infrastructure in place to respond to some of those challenges that we're required to address as part of our responsibilities in decision making. Part of those challenges obviously then go to things like change, social change, a housing crisis that we've talked about significantly over the last few years, and again was raised this morning about the speed of housing delivery, climate crisis and climate action, but equally the Council's duties and responsibilities as a partner in the development of the city. And we had reference to the township agreement earlier on as well. So a really important part of the context for the discussion we're having today. So over the last month, obviously, part of that responsibility was to look at the intensification plan changes, so our requirements under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, to make sure we're making adequate provision for the current growth and future growth for the city. So importantly then, reserves as a network that supports community wellbeing and thriving communities is critical within that wider discussion. So we just want to sort of traverse some of the key parts of the discussion we've had today, because part of this discussion was to talk about where open spaces fitted in addressing some of those challenges for a growing, developing, thriving community and city, but also to start thinking about how we make best use of our resourcing and make sure we make this a really special place. So the open space policy was adopted last year in April 2021 with some key objectives, and obviously accessibility, the need for high quality and safe spaces, variety of experiences, that they be well designed and highly valued by our community. So again, that was part of where we were getting to with the intention around community engagement. Now, it goes without saying that we have some highly professional staff within the open space and recreation team who fully understand the value of recreation and open spaces and how critical it is to people's well-being, mental health, climate responses, but equally also ecological corridors and the value as a transport network as well. So really important aspects from our professional teams, which are some of the issues that have been raised in the consultation we've had over the last 2 months. So with implementing that policy, there was a clear view, and this was presented to you previously. Once we'd done that open space policy, we'd then evaluate our current network of reserves and open spaces. Now, as you're aware, and we referred to it, something like 350 plus pieces of land were evaluated against some of the key objectives and criteria we see within that wider network. So obviously that gave us the chance then to have a look at whether some parts of that network did not meet all of the objectives we were seeking to achieve. Now that gives us the chance then to say, do they need to be considered surplus and disposed of? And that gives us a chance to reinvest back into other parts of the network. So one pathway is to lead to some additional quality improvements on reserves. So we take a view of quantity versus quality in this discussion. So do we need to start looking at the quantity of our reserves and make sure actually the quality outcomes are achieved by a discussion about those surplus reserves? I think the other arrow I've put off the side, and it's something we've traversed in a bit more detail in the report and will be part of this presentation, is also we have some gaps. So when the city has developed, we have seen gaps continue to exist in the provision of reserves and open spaces, particularly neighbourhood reserves. So that really becomes an equity question for us and a question of how we might address those as part of a network analysis. I'd also just like to take a step back, councillors. Now I've lost an arrow there. Whoa, okay, that's a bit scary. And just talk about the decision-making processes, because there's been a lot of comments made in submissions, and I think unfairly, about some of the processes that we've undertaken. So what I've got there is sort of a decision-making pathway, and I'd just like to spend some time talking about some of the steps that were involved in that. Most of this has all come out in correspondence and discussions between ourselves, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, ministers and Kāinga Ora. So I'll just traverse some of this. So prior to the 27th of May meeting, we informed you that we had had a conversation with Minister Woods, who had heard from us about the challenges of our acute housing shortage. And our problems with emergency housing and a shortage of homes. The Minister had asked us, what have you done in looking at your own land, and is there an opportunity for you as a council to contribute to some solutions for housing provision? We advised the Minister that we did not have huge volumes of land like some councils, and that we had already taken a resolution to sell Te Tauki, which was a piece of land that had been looked at by the Utahina, to Kāinga Ora for housing development. So that had been done in December of the year before. The Minister had said, look, if you've got such an extreme housing crisis, maybe you should start to look at some of the more bigger ideas that had been traversed, and being an MP from Christchurch, she had referred to the view that they temporarily had to consider use of reserves in Christchurch post-earthquake for temporary housing. So with that suggestion, and it was only a suggestion, we returned to you with an item on the 27th of May saying, look, this idea had been raised. Do you want to investigate it? And so what we sought from you then was an in-principle decision for us to go away on the back of that open space policy and look at the opportunity of temporarily using some reserves as a potential option for addressing some of our acute housing shortage. Between May and October, we began sort of looking at those kind of issues, at which point, as a set of officers, we came back with a conclusion that really if you were to go down the pathway of temporarily using reserves for 5 or 10 years, you really are changing them. And as a basis of a decision, you should really be saying, actually, if you're going to do that, you should really revoke them and turn them into housing. So we returned to the Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee on the 14th of October, where we said, actually, you've previously just given us authorisation as staff to go away and investigate temporary use of reserves. We do not believe that's the correct approach. We came back to you and suggested that if we were to look at revocation or using reserves for housing as an outcome, it would be because those reserves were surplus and we should go through a full revocation type process to use them. So again, that went to our Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee on the 14th, and then those recommendations carried through to the council meeting on the 28th of October, where they were confirmed again. And just to be clear, through that process, and again this goes to some of the unfair criticism levelled at Her Worship the Mayor, that is a decision of council twice, and that is a recommendation from a committee once. So that gave staff the authorisation to go away and investigate those revocation processes. So that led us towards the workshop in February, where we came before you with a list of reserves that we had been looking at. Now, again, one of the issues that has arisen from this is the need for us to do some due diligence. So we had to look at the pieces of land, evaluate them against the open space policy, but there is also some information that's required about the land before you would remotely go near a conversation with the wider community. And first and foremost is the land remotely feasible for that use, knowing that we're recommending it be considered a surplus. The other part of that, and it goes to its historical origin, is to receive back the views of mana whenua. So understanding how we had acquired the land, on what basis, and also the views, therefore, of mana whenua. So that was really that next progress update that we had provided as a overview in the forum in February. We had also delivered there a response to you to say, look, we think some of these should be offered to Kāinga Ora because they are the ones who will help us address our public home shortage. And that we had had a conversation where they had indicated their interest in some of them. We'd gone further and said, great, you're interested in that one. We probably need a concept of what it might look like, because that will be a question that the community no doubt asks in the future. Unfortunately, from that workshop and before we were to follow through with the resolution that was taken on the 28th of October, it was released to or leaked to the media. And so it's absolutely right, and no one in the community should, and we see none of our mana whenua partners should have seen proposals in the newspaper as their first sight of this. So that was an unfortunate breach of process, and that really had us in a situation where we were working to apologise to mana whenua for what appeared to be decision-making that had been made without them, and that was not the case. Again, this is in principle for discussion. Still within that time frame, and it blew it out, was the need to go back and have those conversations, particularly with mana whenua, again, where at least one reserve was removed from that discussion because of the nature of the gifting of it. So what had come forward then, with much of the discussion that had already been undertaken in the newspaper, was the discussion around actually making a decision to go out for public consultation. And again, I would refer to the amendments that have been proposed at the May meeting. I signalled that what the decision was there was to go to consultation. It was not a decision to dispose of the reserves. We have a significant issue here that required public engagement and clarity about what the proposals were. There was an amendment to say we should not be proposing to sell any of these reserves to Kāinga Ora, and that was the amendment that had been proposed. So when that proposal was defeated through a casting vote, we returned to the substantive that had reflected the decision-making that you had made as an elected body on the 28th of October, 14th of October and the 27th of May to investigate these reserves. So that's really led us to the public consultation process that was undertaken. Originally our proposal had been just to have it as a written proposals or submission feedback, but that was extended then to a hearing process that obviously we're fully aware of. So that's kind of the background of some of that past decision-making process. And just to be clear, obviously through last year, we had a full council, so this was prior to the resignation of Councillor Bentley and also the removal of Councillor McPherson from committees. So really, what the consultation needed to focus on was that core evaluation against the reserve part first and foremost. We've identified areas that were where there was over-provision, and I use the word historically. Historically was, and we heard it through some of the submissions, some of these areas were sites of sports fields and sporting clubs before they moved and moved to the new sporting complexes that have been created. So historically, some of the Western Heights areas were set up as sporting club locations with their fields. The other historical issue is often, and all of our reserves tend to follow subdivision. So the requirement around the 5% contribution for reserve land tends to skew reserve acquisition or to areas of development. So again, whilst we may have had a historical layout of the city, it's been very unusual for council to seek to address gaps in provision. It tends to only follow new subdivision areas. So as a consequence of that, we obviously also ended up with acquiring a piece of reserve that were therefore unused. So we may have received reserves as part of that land contribution in areas where we did not actually need it, but it follows the subdivisions. So there might have been an over-provision, but still, if there was development in that area, we may have acquired a reserve, because that's the only way we would take it as land, in other areas. And hence, some of the results of that kind of decision-making has led us to areas which were seen as being predominantly unused, because there was sufficient reserves in those areas, and we have only obtained it on subdivision. And the last piece is, as the city has developed over time, there was also a way of developing reserves in our urban development and form, which has led to a whole bunch of problems for the Rotorua Lakes Council and other cities, which is the design of reserves. So in the past, we have seen reserve revocation processes around walkways, where they expose communities to crime and disorder and burglary, because that was seen as a good urban form, is to cut walkways, narrow walkways through suburban areas. So in the past, and I think the largest previous amount of those was in the early 2010s, a large number of reserve revocations to remove walkways that were considered dangerous, unsafe, and adversely affected the neighbours. So we also identified then, and it's been discussed through this process, that reserves that are internal to city blocks with access ways have limited visibility and have a risk of creating crime corridors. So we would never design the reserves today as they were historically done. So really this process was around us doing that evaluation of what we consider to be a network asset, supporting thriving communities and a whole bunch of other values for the city: ecological, transport corridors, connectivity, and thriving communities. So network asset view. Through a consultation process, it was really important to hear from those communities where they may be affected by a reserve revocation. So that local value was a critical discussion and the intention of the consultation process we undertook. And also, we have to take a view of the now and thinking towards the future. So there was a lot of submissions saying, hey, once it's gone, it is very difficult to get back, and we have to make key decisions if we were to reintroduce reserves to particular areas. So that future focus is also a critical part of the analysis and the views of where we need to go. As far as a process is concerned, we put together a statement of proposal. We sent out 5,700 letters, which will soon be eclipsed by the number of letters that go out around the intensification plan change. And again, in anticipation of disappointing delivery dates, we extended that timeframe from 4 weeks to, I think, 6. However, of course, all of the material was online, and with the significant amount of media, there was lots of opportunity for people to be aware, not just those who received a letter or who were within 500 metres of a reserve. And this was communicated more widely across all of the council channels as well. So the disappointing part of this, of course, was that we needed to move really rapidly after the leaking from February to actually do what we had always intended to do, which was to have the appropriate conversations with mana whenua. So that led again to some additional feedback and additional submissions. So just as you're aware, a total of 637 written submissions were received. I think 100 verbal submitters were at the hearing. I think the number was actually higher than that across the 4 days, but a number of people had their submissions read to the committee as part of that process. So just very simply as some submission themes, councillors, this is, I can't remember what they're called, the word cloud. And look, one of the biggest areas of contention was less about the reserve itself, but actually more about the concern about the social housing outcomes. And a view that somehow this was an attempt to steal our reserves, to satisfy a backroom deal or some other sort of facet to it like that, when actually we should have probably kept the two discussions quite clear and distinct. First and foremost, it's about our network and the appropriateness of our network and the value it creates as a network, but equally to the local residents, versus a housing outcome. So a lot of the discussion then traversed around to say, we do not want Fenton Street recreated in our suburb. So a lot of focus then on Fenton Street. Certainly in the report I've put in front of you, I've tried to highlight some other aspects, which is I don't think anyone wants Fenton Street anywhere in its current state. But what has been proposed is the development of public homes, and that was the discussion that Kāinga Ora had entered into with us. And we have a large number of public homes across many suburbs within our city. And so they operate and actually contribute significantly to the wider community. So one of the challenges was simply that view of the worst aspects of the current emergency housing solution, which is completely inappropriate and unhelpful for our community. That's not what would be proposed. And then a lot of other issues around impacting on the community. That was particularly strong with a consideration around Lee Road in Hannahs Bay, with the small size of that community, its discrete location and the potential of Lee Road, but equally a conversation that Kāinga Ora had started around Middleton Road. So the numbers being discussed there was our reserve proposal plus another block of land. A whole bunch of misinformation about the abundance of other council land which could address housing issues. As I've reported to you at previous committees, we do not have a lot compared with other councils. And a lot of the land where deals have not progressed have been based on price or constraints on those particular sites. So it is difficult to see development occur in many areas of the city. Concerns about flooding, concerns about future growth, ecological value, climate value, health value, probably too many messages, but I felt this was probably the most strongly said issues, and that really did focus on Kāinga Ora as a social landlord and disposal, outside of the individual value for those communities. So I just thought it was important, because of the future focus discussion, just to put through a couple of maps that just give you a feel for how we've done some of that analysis of the network. Because again, this was a network discussion first and foremost. So councillors, you will be aware that this is a map you have seen recently and you have seen in repeated forums and workshops and community engagement exercises. So this is the intensification plan change basis. So probably first and foremost, that yellow area across the city, affected to a degree by some qualifying matters, is where the medium density residential standards are being applied. So that changes the density that's available across our cities. So that was an issue for communities to say, hey, we need more reserves potentially. Why would you remove reserves if we've got more homes coming into our city? That's correct to a degree, but again, it comes probably more to the specifics around quality versus quantity discussion. The only difference I would make, and it's probably one for successive slides, is to talk to the orange that sits around our central city and along Fenton Street, where there's a higher level of density than that medium density. So as we look to the future, those are areas where there will be more people and more opportunity for intensive development, and therefore a risk area for us to consider around reserve availability. Again, I would refer to the, over 100 years ago, the township agreement and the extremely good planning that occurred at that time. That's really given us some very special spaces that flank the central city and provide some wonderful destination reserves and recreation areas for the city. So a critical part of our reserve network was really mapped out well over 100 years ago. The other piece too, and it does refer to our reserves not only for their value to an individual neighbourhood, but as a network, and also supporting transport, walking and cycling, and you've had submissions for that. And again, the opportunities to use some of our stream networks and esplanade reserves to contribute to that wider recreation outcome. So this is the cycling map that's been run by the infrastructure team and gradually added to provide those off-road corridors for walking and cycling. So councillors, when we just dive in here, and what I've presented to you here is a piece of work that the Sport and Rec team have done in conjunction with the GIS team, and they continue to modify and test where the key reserve network elements are. So you can see here the application of the 500 metres as the crow flies. They're getting more sophisticated on actual walking distances, but this shows you the reserve network and with a view of there's a catchment around any of those reserves. So what you can see from that, if you hone into that central part of the urban area, is a white patch which sits between Ranulph Street and Fenton Street in Glenholm. Just above that, if you recall my previous slide, was where the high density areas were starting to be cited. So this is one of the reasons why in our report we highlight that whilst we're doing a discussion around our current network and its provision, there's also an opportunity here for us really to have a planned conversation about the development of the city and the gaps that already exist within our network. I talk about the top of Lee Road. At the lakeside of Lee Road, there is a significant amount of reserve provision, of which the Lee Road Reserve sits behind. Where there's a gap is at the other end of Lee Road. And you can see there that area. I don't know if I've got a pointer that works. Oh, I do, just up there. And then a couple of other areas where there gaps exist is that Sunnybrook area, but people also looking at this map will wonder why that the top part of Linton Reserve is not shown. It's actually a stormwater catchment area, even though it has an incredibly important recreational function. So I'll show you again on the next map. So again, one of the key things we're trying to show here is the implication then of our current policy and that distance to a reserve and how important that is. One of the challenges we had from the community feedback around Coulter was we previously had on the map the reserve that we actually leased to the college. So that's been removed from this map, just to highlight that it's been used for sports grounds. One of the other references I've made is that future focus. So the next slide actually shows, oh, it's a bit of a nasty green, apologies, much higher levels of service. So we make reference in here about an international movement around 330, 300, which is a view that from a home you should see 3 trees, there should be 30% coverage in a city of tree canopy, and it should be 300 metres to quality recreation space. So if you think of that as, and that's been applied to incredibly dense cities across the world. So it's an international standard, may not be appropriate for us as a provincial city where it's easier to get around, but we thought this is one way of showing how we might see a movement over time, particularly if we start seeing that intensification around the CBD. Now, the key of that is then to just accentuate more the gaps that exist in our current provision. So now if you think of that area on Coulter, and the Coulter Reserve, you start seeing that actually the nearest reserve is across the state highway. So again, that was one of the considerations of saying it's not just the catchment, it's actually also do children or young people have to cross major roads to get to a good recreation space. So again, this is part of that network analysis that the Sport and Rec team and Steph have undertaken to make sure we understood why reserves were in certain places. So I'll just show you here. So this is amalgam of the two. So you can see here those two layers brought together. So the 300 is the smaller circle, the 500 is the larger circle. So you can start seeing where there is some gaps in provision. Now, if I was just to hone in on a couple of them, and it's for us to discuss more, the blue arrows highlight what we see as current gaps in our reserve provision. So as a council moving forward, as we start thinking about the urban development and growth of our city, we should be considering how to address these gaps. And I think the other question that goes with that is the equitable access to reserves. So those areas do not have equitable access to reserve areas. What I've done then also is just my orange arrows and the X's just highlight as we've grown, we've actually also in the process of acquiring new reserve areas with a view of how do they contribute to that wider network. So if you think about up through that Linton Park area, on the western side there's an X there which talks about a reserve we're seeking to acquire within the Diamond Street subdivision. On the eastern side, the X, as well as I could place it, represents the reserve that's been developed within stage 1 of Whananui Rise. So obviously as our urban areas expand, there will be new reserves that are, if required, are taken in those areas. The last piece I would just highlight there, and again it becomes part of the decision making for you to make later on, was also to reverse the discussion. So if I reverse it to say, would we seek to acquire Lee Road Reserve now if it was not a reserve? And my answer would be no, that there would be significant and adequate provision at the Hannahs Bay end of Lee Road. Where we would seek to find a reserve would be at the other end of Lee Road. Similarly, Gallagher, we would not acquire a reserve on subdivision if that piece of land was not a reserve at the moment. Again, that's the key policy change we've made within the district plan and the intensification plan change. We do not now need to take land. So we could say we need to take the financial contribution to invest into the wider network. So that's really important. And similarly, certainly not in the form, potentially maybe, in that Linton Park area. So that's a more challenging one. Poorly located against how we would consider a good reserve now, but there are some wider questions about how to effectively make sure that area is a high quality space for recreation. So that's some of the later discussions you'll have as we go through reserve by reserve. So just one of the outcomes that have been proposed, obviously through this, as you can see here, we've got gaps in our reserve provisions and we have gaps in the quality of our reserves. And again, that has been signalled to you by the submissions. Increasing costs of everything, health and safety, playgrounds, slides, concrete, have meant that many of those reserves which had facilities on them are not to a standard that satisfies those local communities, and they've reflected that back to us. So again, I suppose we have an issue here of quantity over quality, and also an opportunity if we looked at reinvesting the proceeds of those areas of reserve where we believe they're unused. So that's an opportunity cost for this community. Or over-provided, we get an opportunity to examine where those gaps are and also to improve the quality of the recreation spaces that are retained within our network. And probably importantly, the third bullet point I've put there, we've tended to focus on recreation specifically. So we talk about playgrounds and youth spaces. But actually, when you start looking at the Te Tātou wellness compass, and some of the values being put forward to us by mana whenua, there's also an opportunity to also very clearly express environmental upsides and quality improvements in the reserves, and also to support some wider ecological outcomes, whether that's local food or just bird and corridors, ecological corridors for those areas as well. So as I've said, The two reserves for revocation in their entirety do not believe from this analysis are required now or in response to future growth. So again, they sit there in that over-provision space or unused space. And again, that's done with a lens of looking to the future and the development of the city from an urban increase in homes, but equally from that value to the wider community as well. So that's kind of those high-level conclusions, but again, that becomes part of that discussion we will drill into in each individual reserve. So if I pop now back up to the mechanism for revocation, there was really quite limited feedback on the local bill other than complete opposition. So what feedback there was said, no, don't do it. Somehow you're circumventing the community process, but that's the whole point of this community engagement process. What we're circumventing is actually the administrative barriers and speed that exist within the Department of Conservation. And we've reported to you previously that there's very few people within the Department of Conservation processing revocations through the Reserves Act, and then as a consequence, it takes years administratively. We can make our decision quite quickly, and as this council has done in the past, it actually takes a really, really long time to get that through Department of Conservation and LINZ to a completed administrative function. The other part of this is 4 of the reserves are Crown, and so this would now enable the bill would enable the proceeds of, or the transfer of that ownership to council so that we can control the disposal and the reinvestment of that funding. If not, it moves into a different Crown process. The other part of the revocation was to say, and through the bill, was to have that discussion about saying, actually, this is to achieve sale, reinvestment, but also to provide for housing outcomes within that. And specifically also as a bill, it explicitly says sale or leasing of reserve would be a reinvestment back into our network, so the network discussion first and foremost. So a shift from what had been proposed in consultation, and this does reflect the feedback specifically about who could acquire the land. So where we went out with a proposal to say 4 of the sites would be for market, 6 sites would be sold directly to Kāinga Ora. So the community feedback was, please don't sell to Kāinga Ora. We fear them as a social landlord, or there is only one type of public homes. There is other housing options that could or should be considered. And particularly also from Mana Whenua and Te Tātou Board as well, a very specific view of saying, actually, Mana Whenua have a very clear view that this is their land first, and they should have the option to see it returned or purchased, with the potential also to achieve housing outcomes themselves for our community moving forward. So a really important piece there. So the change here is to say there would only be 1 site being proposed to be sold directly to Kāinga Ora, and that is equivalent to about 1 section in an area where it is surrounded by other Kāinga Ora homes, thereby allowing them to look at a redevelopment of that site, but all others would go through a 2-step process. First right of refusal offered to Mana Whenua, with a second phase where anything that was not picked up or agreed through negotiations with Mana Whenua would move to a formal expressions of interest or direct market sale, with conditions about housing types, mix and other benefits to the wider community. So that's sort of broadly the frame of the report, councillors. We've got specific discussions and considerations around each individual reserve, but I think I'll pause at that point, Madam Chair, before I hand across to Steph, and it might just give you the opportunity just to look at the wider resolutions we've got there, which is broken up into several parts.
Thank you very much, JP, for that very, very informative update, and also to tell us, to remind us that this is about the future and future focus, and also the timetable that you put up there. I think it's, you know, that's just a reminder for us that, you know, since over 12 months now that we've been moving towards this. So, so thank you for that, and also just giving us a clear indication, certainly, of the next steps that we're going to be now taking, and looking at every reserve on its own. But however, there is an opportunity for points of clarification to be asked by councillors, committee members, on the presentation that we've just had. So councillors, I am going to open it up for questions, points of clarification on the presentation that we've just had so far, remembering that there is the individual reserves that will be coming up for discussion. So any questions, please, at this stage? Yes, Your Worship.
I wonder if we could go back to that decision timeline. And my question, you had the dates. And there was a very interesting, if I could just ask, and thank you for the response to a complaint received yesterday from Council, because I think on the record this should be attached, about how the voting occurred over this iterative process. So could you just allow us to have this response to a submitter's complaint last night put on the public record? It's just the voter pattern, and I think that's really interesting as we've gone through from our very first in-principle decision in May 21. That's just a request.
Our voter patterns are already in the minutes.
Yes, but they're just so logically put here. I can speak to them if you like, but I'll leave that for speaking later.
I'll just take some advice, because if it does clarify and helps people, then perhaps just a moment, please.
Just note it, that's all. I don't expect an answer today.
Are you asking Your Worship for the voting pattern for those meetings? Is that what you're requesting? You are.
My point, I'm to have bogged down a very important workshop, council committee discussion, but clearly in that timeline, JP, what on earth happened after the workshop in February 22, because the process before then was open, well understood. We'd been unanimous in our support. One councillor I know at one stage wanted a vote recorded against, but suddenly things changed. What was the reason for the loss of control at that time?
Yes. I don't think I'm going to allow that. I think that we've had that discussion. We've had, it's been clearly outlined today, the process, and I don't think it bears any further discussion at this point, Your Worship.
I'll save it for speaking to the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs Trumper, then Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just really one point of clarification around the comms to the residents and property owners and who actually received the letters. There were a couple of submissions that were concerned it only went to ratepayers as opposed to tenants and what have you. So what will be happening going forward to ensure that every resident actually gets that information?
Madam Chair, that it's a challenge for us when what we've got, and it even came down to the order of names on our rating database. So we used our rating database to create a mailing list, and even the way names appear, the first name was used to send a letter from our rating database to individual owners. And the name order actually comes from the lawyers who supply us with ownership details around a property or a change of ownership. So at this stage, look, we took a view of writing to the property owners. We took a view that the wider advertising and information through all of our channels was intended to pick up tenants or other people in our community who may have an interest in making a submission. That's probably the limitation of our data on who is in a home. We don't know who tenants are in a home. The alternative, of course, would have been to have done a pamphlet drop into every property in a vicinity. Again, quite an expensive pathway, so we took the view that we were writing to owners and making sure that it was well publicised through the media and through our channels for people to pick it up, rather than going to that additional cost of doing an individual pamphlet drop to every letterbox. On reflection, the speed of the mail delivery process probably would have said to us, actually, we might have been more effective in commissioning someone to do a pamphlet drop.
Thank you, councillors. Look, I am going to, we've got to yet get to our individual reserves for the hefty discussion on there. So I am going to remind you, please, to remain on message, relevant to the presentation that we've had this morning thus far. Thank you. Councillor Kumar and then Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and trying to be relevant. So my question is, our worship has just alluded that where had it changed, and JP2 had alluded that there was some leak. But I'm saying that we are under investigation as a council, and if it is relevant, when those workshops supposed to be open? So if they were open and transparent, then there wouldn't have been any leaks. Public would have known. So.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I'll move to the next, and please make it relevant to the presentation that we've had thus far. Mr. Biasini Tuli, thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, just a quick question around the cost of this process. It has been a hugely significant one. No doubt a lot of staff time, cost of consultation, and unfortunately a significant negative impact on the current residents in homes there. So how much has this process cost us? And are we able to send a bill back to Minister Woods, who started this all, when she said, "What have you done?" Because we were just doing our job, we were protecting our reserves. So I'm interested to know about that cost and if that's something that we as council should be bearing the burden of.
I think, Councillor, you're misinterpreting what I had said in what Minister Woods had said. She had said you need to start thinking about, well, what else is there in the way of mechanisms or opportunities for you to consider? She described how they had to respond post-Christchurch earthquake as one thing that we might take away as a consideration. She did not require us to do that, and that is why we came to you in May with a report asking for your guidance as to whether we should consider this as an option. So all costs incurred have been costs we've chosen based on an in-principle decision of this council at a formal council meeting. So the start of this process was entirely undertaken by us.
Thank you. Mr. Biasini Tuli.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Kia ora, JP. Kia ora, Stephanie. Thank you for the report and all the work you and the team have done. Just a quick question around process. Could there be another way, or was this the most optimal path?
Look, it's one of those challenges, isn't it?
What was it?
Is there an optimal?
Yeah, was the path we selected the best way, or could there have been an alternative path? Because we seem to have landed at a really controversial point right now.
Look, I think one of the challenges you'd have is if you take our open space policy and say, hey, we've got areas where we're over, under and unused or poor, do you think we should do something about that? I would have thought the first comment, if we'd tried to be incredibly open with it at that point, is, well, what do you mean? Where are you talking about? What specific reserves? Was it gifted or was it not gifted? So all the things we sought to address as part of that due diligence as to which areas are we talking about, which areas are under or over provided, probably would have led the community to say, well I can't make any comment because I haven't got any detail. So yes, you're right. We thought about whether if we'd taken it completely as an open-ended question, we would have just got a whole bunch of questions back saying you need to do some work to tell us in more detail what the heck you're thinking about. So I think that was the process that we had to do, is we had to identify some potentials, we had to understand what they were so that they were valid for a conversation. Because if we hadn't, I think we would have got back a different answer.
But is it by scaring the whole community just to get some agreement, it just seems a bit out of kilter? Like, you've kind of gotten the agreement without scaring everybody. But I'm just...
There's no response required there for that question, thank you. Mr Thomas, then Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Just a point of clarification around Kāinga Ora, because you mentioned in your presentation that a lot of the public were very concerned about Kāinga Ora might be moving in and developing houses on these reserves. And to be honest, I have got confused about the role of Kāinga Ora. I know their purpose has changed and their focus has changed with the rise in emergency housing around New Zealand, not just in Rotorua. But are they just focusing on emergency housing now, or are they still housing general population who need accommodation or who need to move to more appropriate accommodation? And I know they're involved with KiwiSaver. I'm not sure of the extent of that. Do they actually build homes for sale, or do they just administrate the KiwiSaver thing? So, sorry, I'm just very confused about what their role is.
It's actually a very good question. You're right in what you just started to describe. Kāinga Ora is the public home provider, and they've also got another arm that works on the Kiwi builds and works into that space. They actually have some urban development powers as well, which they have not used significantly, but ultimately and first and foremost they're responsible for providing public homes and providing those spaces for people who, with the right prioritisation, come off the housing register. So they work closely with MSD, which is the other arm of this equation. So MSD generally takes care of emergency housing. So they work with a person who may not have accommodation, and they will support them into some sort of emergency space. The only emergency space that's available and has been relied on, unfortunately, is motels. And that's where that pathway has led. Probably more recently, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has also moved into providing contracted facilities. They did that initially on the first lockdown to support the homeless as we moved first into the first set of lockdowns. And more latterly, through the task force, they also responded to the limitations of those other government agencies to contract motels for families, which was a push from us to say, hey, we need some safer, separate locations in the emergency space for families.
Thank you, and Mr. Thomas. The public homes are what we referred to previously as state homes, in which thousands of us, myself included, grew up in for years.
Absolutely, and I just wondered if there was still that wider focus. I mean, a lot of New Zealand has grown up in state housing.
Thank you. Councillor Yates, then Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Nei rata mihi kia kōrua, Steph, JP, koutou koto ohu I whakarite ai tēnei o ngā pepa kei mui a tātou. He taumaha te mahi. I'd also like to just commend you on the process that you have discussed, and also the process around revocation, because I think that's been the kaupapa out in our community that people haven't quite understood. So I've appreciated even hearing it through a very specific, exact lens of what revocation looks like and the impacts that it will ultimately have on our community. The question that I have is regarding, which perhaps you'll be identifying, Steph, when you talk about each of the blocks, but
some of the reserves, as has already been described in this report, may well go to the market for sale. We've already had kainga ora explained, and in our report, kainga ora is barely mentioned now. With the market sale, and we've got a full galleria here of our public, will the market sale potentially be made available also to local residents in the area if those parcels of land or reserves were to come up for sale? Is that a possibility?
It's an interesting question. The anticipated view we had was that we were making a network decision around the reserve, so that's the first piece. On the revocation, this became our "and" part of this discussion, which is knowing full well we have a housing crisis, and whilst we started a conversation about kainga ora and public homes, actually we've got a shortage of homes in all parts of the market and availability. So we have a shortage of public homes, we have a shortage of rentals, we have a shortage of affordable rentals provided by agencies, community housing providers. We have a shortage of homes, new homes in general, and we certainly have a shortage of homes of smaller sizes particularly. And that's been one of the focuses and facets we've identified within the housing and business assessment. As far as the purchase, probably one of the factors we would be doing is when we went to an expression of interest, it's similar to what we had described for kainga ora, was the sooner we have homes built and developed within our community, the sooner we start addressing our housing deficit across that full spectrum, and the sooner we start getting on top of the growth requirements. So I think there is a case of saying if people were putting forward proposals, and we had expected it to be developers, timing and mix of home types was one of the focuses we had expected. Also good urban design and a range of other sort of facets to that. So I think probably your question would say it would be quite a significant step for residents to consider buying some of these lands with those kind of criteria, or competing against the development community or other market-based home processes.
Thank you, JP. I will take 2 further questions before we move into the recommendations for noting only. It's Councillor Kai Fong and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. JP, I'm just going back to the comment by Councillor Tatzel that this process was originally started by a request by the Minister Megan Woods around the use of reserves for temporary housing, and we found that we couldn't use the reserves temporarily, so then we started this process for the sale of the reserves. And then alongside that, we also were working in step with the government around getting medium density residential standards accepted for us as a Tier 2 council. And so that process was sort of started just after the reserves discussion. And so my question is around, have we done an assessment of if we did infill housing or we did redevelopment of the current 29,000 households or sections, where we can do higher density and we can build higher and wider, will that then address the shortfall in the number of sections needed for housing?
You've put a number of questions in there, so I think I probably need to start with the first one, which is we did not, again I'll repeat, we did not have a compulsion to investigate temporary use. It was a suggestion that have you looked at all of your property, and also a reference to actions that were taken in Christchurch. The piece of that which was correct is you cannot achieve that under the Reserves Act. That requires a local bill to instigate a temporary use, and that was where we started with that return discussion to council. So there was no compulsion in there. That was a question of saying, do you want to investigate temporary use and part of a temporary use discussion on a recreation reserve or a reserve would require a local bill to empower it, which is what had been undertaken in Christchurch post-earthquake. So there is a mechanism there. So that was the only discussion there. Your subsequent questions then were about infill housing and accommodating. I think the key here is there is a mix of solutions, and one of the things about the zoning changes that we've put in place is to provide greater choices. So we're back into one of these discussions, which is brownfield versus greenfield development. And I would say we have upzoned our city through this intensification plan change, but the market may not necessarily see that as the only pathway forward. So this is a brownfield type discussion. If you look at other cities, you're lucky to see, and I wouldn't speculate as to how much infill versus greenfield exists, but if we're pitching towards a 50-50, we still need greenfield spaces. Now, one of the opportunities provided by the reserve process was if you deem these to be surplus and they are sold, they in effect act as greenfield spaces within our urban fence. So they provide some development spaces as if it was greenfield. So there's no cost of removing a current home or doing a comprehensive development, which is the brownfield solution. I would also go further and say we still need greenfield solutions. So whilst our upzoning gives us a huge amount of capacity, the market and individual property owners will still choose to progress. So we still need a mix of lands, both urban and greenfield, to provide housing solutions for us as a community moving forward.
Just one quick follow-up then. How much existing greenfield is there available that hasn't been developed or utilised? Because I understand that there is current greenfield housing which is not proceeding to stage 2 or 3 because there isn't the availability of demand at this stage for that type of building.
I don't have an answer for that. I think you've heard about our population increases, and you've cited in the previous discussion the number of actual building consents that have been gone through or code of compliances. We're still running behind the actual supply of homes we need to meet the projected demand. So and that talks to the lead-in time for development, which is quite significant.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Thank you, JP.
Yes.
Before my question, I'll just express my disappointment of the leaking.
No, thank you. You will not.
So do I have to wait for the leaking in my corridor later?
Thank you.
Okay, but anyway, the question that I do have is, could our council have handled the this process, the hearings, a lot better, so that we didn't have to listen to some of the misinformation we received over those 3.5 days?
Thank you. I think that we'll leave that question. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Thank you.
We shot a good one.
Yes, thank you. I am going to move 2, 3, 4 and 5 and then invite a round of further discussion because I think some of you maybe have been sitting here and thinking there's things that you might like to discuss, but they weren't in the presentation, not relevant to the presentation. No, so I think it's important that these and these are for noting only, by the way, for noting, and then I'll invite another round of discussion. So I am going to move, and I'd ask for a seconder, please, so that we can open it up. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll read out the points for noting. 2, that the committee note that the open spaces policy was consulted on and adopted on the 29th of April 2021. 3, that the committee note that once the policy was adopted, staff assessed all reserves against the policy and identified 8 parts of reserves and 2 full reserves that failed on the basis that there was a local over-provision of reserve space, or the reserves were unused or poorly laid out / designed. 4, that the committee notes that the funding from the sale of these reserve areas will be ring-fenced for reinvestment into existing reserves to improve quality and recreation opportunities and to secure land for new reserves where there is under-provision. And 5, that the committee notes its responsibility to contribute to addressing the Rotorua housing crisis, including through the sale of suitable land on terms and conditions that address community concerns, noting also the aspiration of Te Arawa Iwi to directly contribute to housing solutions for whānau. It has been moved and seconded by Her Worship, and I'll put that motion now. All those in favour... Oh, sorry, no, round of discussion. Beg your pardon. Circuiting the process, I beg your pardon. So now we'll have... I'll invite discussions. Thank you. No, Yes, I'll reserve, thank you. So it's open now for discussion, thank you. Oh, Your Worship, thank you, Your Worship.
Well, as the mover, I'm glad that we're going to go to the individual reserves because I'm sure that's what a lot of our public want to hear. I am certainly in support of the process that has been long in the development. And I want to congratulate staff who have been not able to defend that the process was fair and one that came back to council, and indicative ways forward were suggested at a workshop. So staff have had to front this unfairly, I believe, because it was at the instruction of council that we asked you to go away and develop our open spaces policy. And you've done that and subsequently brought even more information back to us. I don't like it when staff are attacked at all for doing what we as democratically elected members have asked them to do. This process, I think, has been well developed, and what worries me is the storm in a teacup, actually, that happened when we looked at what was fair and reasonable for us to do. What was the use of our reserves? Which of the reserves, and we're going to hear soon, is our community really passionate about? And are there opportunities for use part of or revoke? I'm glad that we've heard the clarification that there was no instruction from the Minister. In fact, I was with the Minister the day of Te Pukapu when the Minister said, and we had said, we have a housing crisis. We need to work with you and we need to look at everything that we've got in our toolbox to fix and house these people decently. And the suggestion was made, as you mentioned, and I was there with the Minister. In Canterbury, this is what we did temporarily. If you need that support, because we have a partnership in our housing policy, kei te pai, bring it back. There was no instruction at all. No instruction. It was look at all these pockets of land, as you've said, Councillor Kaiwhonga, look at everything we can do. Look at where we could go, look at your spatial plan, could we bring something forward with intensification, and could we bring something forward with infrastructure investment? And they've come to the party on that. And we were just simply doing our bit to look at what once was looking at recreation spaces and green spaces and what matters to us to say, is there anything here that we may be able to use on a temporary basis, or is there any carve-out that we may be able to look at that will enable more houses to be built? So I think this has been put to us very well. I find it really interesting to be accused of being reckless and pushing this through. This has gone on and been openly flagged with our community since 2021 and in our long-term plan. And our whole community, and I enjoyed listening to the submitters about different aspects that they felt were really important to them. But this is a very important way forward. I also like the two-step process that you've clarified, and thank you for that for Te Arawa to have a right of first refusal. I think that's very, very significant, especially when you know how our town was developed, and that is very important. I've learnt a lot in the process. I look forward to the hearing about the individual reserves. And I just want to say, which I would say at the end here, as a previous Minister of Conservation, I love green spaces. And to hear that we're going to take your spaces away and not enable access to open spaces was really hard to take. I do recall saving a huge conservation reserve at the back of Nongataha that was going to be put into housing as the Minister of Conservation. So I agreed with so much that I heard from submitters, and I thank you for the process. I also did ask the question earlier, and it was just to be very open about how much support around this table we as elected members gave right up until we lost the control to actually own the information that went out to you, the public. And that was after a workshop when the paper was leaked. Up until then, we had unanimous votes about the need to address the housing crisis. So I look forward to the individual reserves being considered for the considered options. And certainly this is something that hasn't been pushed through. And I think the suggestion there also is developers come to the table, help us. This is for us a crisis that we have to solve together.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I am going to, I know we're impatient to get to the individual reserves for debate. I'm sure there are people here today that want to hear the debate or the discussions around the individual reserves, and I'm sure there are some people watching as well. So I will take very few more points for discussion because we are going to move on to the individual reserves. But I will, Councillor Kumar, if you have something, yes, I will hear it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't think there is a housing crisis. If you read, there's such a huge decline in housing sale at the moment, and we've never hit a low. If you look at Trade Me, there's so many houses out available. There are agents now calling you. 12 months ago, 24 months ago, they didn't even return your call. They didn't even want to know you. That's how busy they were. I don't think I ever remember saying, let's sell any of the reserves before officials said, no, let's look at revocation process. I only make a decision after the workshop, which is currently being investigated for the process. Forget misinformation or personal attacks. The substantive issue is saying yes or no to the revocation process. I only await what deliberations needed to consider on the final recommendations. So if we move to tell officials not to go ahead with these recommendations, shall we just leave the reserves today?
Yes, put some speed on. Put some speed on, please.
Okay, so yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kumar. Councillor Donaldson, and you'll be the last before we move on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, through you, Steph and JP, thank you for the report, which I think is an excellent summarisation of what we went through in terms of the whole process and the hearings. We started talking about a proposal to sell or dispose of 0.06% of our reserve lands, 350 parcels, I think you said in your presentation. In the paper that's before us here, that's been whittled down significantly. So I'd be interested to know at the end what percentage of our reserve lands we're talking about. But JP, your title is DCE, District Development, and the whole rationalisation of our reserves is part of your kaupapa, your job. And I think this is it's a process that we all put at your doorstep to investigate. And And with your cloud maps up there showing where there are gaps, I think you've done a great job on the process. So I'm in support of 1 to 5, and I look forward to the discussion on the individual reserves.
Thank you, and I'm going to put the motion shortly. But thank you very much, JP, for your overview up until this stage. We do have in excess of 300 reserves in Rotorua, and 300, yes. And so we're looking at what? 10? 10, thank you, yes. And so we have to play our part. We've got to play our part and see what can we do as a council too. We do have a housing crisis. We know that. We know that because of the use of the motels. So, and I don't want people to have to go and move into temporary accommodation. I want our families, our mothers and their children, to be able to put down roots and put down a home and stay in a community and be part of a community where they're valued and welcomed. And I don't want people to think that families who are in kainga ora homes are mad, bad or sad, because they're not. And we want them, the mothers and children, to have homes like we have. And so I welcome now the discussion on the individual reserves. You've heard the motions that have been read out for noting only. I'm going to put the motion. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Her Worship. I'll put that, because the round of discussion has concluded, I'll put that motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you, carried. Sorry? For noting only?
I know it's for noting only, but I'd like my disagreement with number 5 to be noted. I would accept the noting on items 1 to 4.
And
from 1 to 4, but thank you.
And Madam Chair, likewise as well, because I don't believe that council has a responsibility to sell land. Council actually has an obligation to protect public assets and reserves. So I support 1 to 4, but not 5.
Not 5. Thank you.
I don't support any, because I don't think council gave the other alternative. From hearing so many submissions and probably 98% of it against, still we've come back with a substantive that we need to sell.
No, I'm happy. Yeah, thank you. The motion is carried, but I'm happy to take points for noting. So thank you. I've got Councillor Kaifong, Councillor Katepsil, thank you, Councillor Kumar, and against. Thank you. So we've got all of those noted. Thank you. It's councillors' privilege to, and indeed right, to have these
Madam
noted.
Chair, sorry, could I please have my noted for number 5 as well?
Number 5, fine, thank you. However, the motion was carried, so thank you. So we're going on now. We are starting on the individual reserves. That's correct, isn't it, JP? Thank you. I'll need a mover in a... So, yes, I'll get you to outline quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to outline the process while the Chair has a little sip of water there. Steph is going to take us individually through each reserve, and you will note that in your papers there are a number of options listed generally as A, B, C or D. The preferred option from staff is in bold, and so at the end of the discussion on each reserve, the Chair will be calling for a mover and a seconder on which option you then wish to go into and discuss. So hand back over to Steph and...
Thank you very much. I am going to ask if you'd like our CEO, if there's any word from you before we start this substantive discussion now.
Yes. Thank you. Through the Chair. Look, I think it's pleasing to have brought out very clearly that staff have been acting on what was a unanimous vote by Council to ask us to actually undertake this piece of work. I think the other aspect is that with regards to Council's responsibilities, you have been very clear with us to do everything that we possibly can to address housing needs in this district. JP's role has been correctly identified by the Deputy Mayor of actually looking to say how do we actually bring about a balance of outcomes which include housing outcomes but also social outcomes. The process itself, and with regards in particular to workshops, clearly Council was very definitive on a view of the pathway we should follow. What we needed to do was to actually follow a path that allowed us to consult with mana whenua in good faith, and then subsequently with the community in good faith. That's what we tried to follow. The problem that we had with regards to early release of information, it effectively undermined our ability to undertake good faith discussions with mana whenua first. We were effectively trumped and prevented for doing that. That is actually why we followed the process as we would normally do, to actually have a discussion first with mana whenua and then public release. Early release of information effectively undermines that ability to actually enter into good faith discussions. So, Chair, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to the Wigley, number one, the Wrigley Road Reserve, Wrigley Road Reserve. Could I please have a mover and a seconder for the motion? Oh, sorry, you're going to speak to it first. I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. The slides in front of you provide a summary of the key points with respect to each reserve, but I will draw your attention to the table included as attachment 1 in your report, which provides a much more detailed overview of each site. So Wrigley Road Reserve, we had limited feedback with respect to this site, but you will note the most substantive one from the Fordlands Community Association, and you would have heard them speak to their submission at the hearing process. They are supporting the revocation of part of this reserve, and I'll just remind you which part we're talking about. It is the top part of the reserve there in orange to the north. Oh, wrong way. Apologies.
I think you hit it up.
Apologies. The Fordlands Community Association are actually seeking to acquire the land through a long-term lease. They engaged Veros to prepare a feasibility assessment on their behalf with respect to the housing proposal, which identified a long-term lease option as the best option for them. The intent being to help them resolve the significant housing issues that the Fordlands community is currently facing. An important point for this reserve is that it will require the local bill to progress it, because the underlying ownership of the land sits with the Crown. If we revoke the status of the reserve through a Reserves Act process, the ownership of the land will revert to the Crown, and we have no guarantee or ability to lease the land to them.
Thank you very much. Any questions on Wrigley Road? Then do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move option C. Can I have that? Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Any discussion, please? And that is, yeah, that's right, the recommendation, and it's C. Thank you there. Yes, Mrs. Trumper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the team from Fordlands actually presented the most substantive submission on their own area, and the number of submitters against it obviously were totally unaware of the need. I think they came with a thorough plan. I congratulate you, Steph and JP, on bringing it to our table. And I absolutely wholeheartedly support finding a way to lease it to them.
Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the same vein, look, I support this, and I would like to congratulate that community for being so proactive in addressing issues within their community and wanting to improve the situation. Great work by them, and yeah, fully support.
Thank you. Mr. Biasini-Tuli? Oh, thank you. Yes.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. And I do want to mihi to Fordlands and to council staff. The difficulty for me is that I love what Fordlands have come forward, but the whole proposal is abhorrent. So I'm trying to figure out how I can support Fordlands but reject this whole thing. That's my dilemma.
Thank you. Councillor Tapsell, then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. I thought really long and hard about this one because it was a great submission. However, I still have serious concerns and hesitations that once it goes to the local bill process, we will lose any control of this. It will be up to the Crown, and we do know that they are wanting more social housing, and I hope that it is unlikely they get any other reserves, meaning this could potentially be the only reserve that they do have available to put social housing on. So because of that hesitation that we can't guarantee, we don't have an agreement in front of us to guarantee that it will go to Fordlands or for local residents to go in there. Anyway, I will be against this one.
JP, would you just like to clarify loss of control there? Thank you. Might be something we should...
I think it goes to the description of what the local bill is intended to do. The local bill intends to put control of the disposal only in the hands of the Rotorua Lakes Council. So for the Crown land involved, and as I said, this is a Crown reserve, this one, it would transfer that ownership and the disposal to Council and the outcomes for Council to achieve housing, full stop. And the condition, of course, is the reinvestment of any funds or proceeds, whether that's sale or lease, back into the recreation network.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell first, and then Councillor Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm supportive of this one, and also the words that were expressed by my colleagues around the table, that they gave a very good presentation, and what I liked is that they also are aware that the majority of the reserve is proposed to be retained, but I liked their attitude and their way that they expressed what they wanted to do for their people in their area. I won't repeat all the other good things that were said from across the other side of the table, but I will be supporting this motion. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, look, the submission was very powerful, but it lacked any substance in terms of where the funding was. They wanted the council to come up with the funding, and I don't think that mechanism,
Thank you, Councillor.
I don't hear any point of order, but I hear lots of gestures,
Point of order. I don't mind calling you out. Point of order. Incorrect information. Very clear in their presentation as to how that was going to be achieved.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you. Point of order upheld. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, I'm not going to support it from what I heard that day, because I did fear that it was going to all come back to the council, and that it was more emotional than anything else.
Thank you. Councillor Yates, and then Her Worship.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I would actually also like to congratulate Fordlands and their community group for their presentation, because they were exact. They were very clear. They articulated everything that their community wanted. They went out to their community far and wide. There were no submissions pointing exactly to this particular piece of reserve that came in opposing it. The opposition to the reserves came as an all of reserves opposition, not to Wrigley Road. So I'm offended to even hear that discussed at our table, and if you're electioneering, this is not the place.
Point of order, Madam Chair, we need to keep cool minds here.
Yes,
we need to stay calm, and we can't get angry when we need to make decisions.
Conduct, please. Thank
you.
To
the Chair. Take a break.
I don't need to take a break, but I'd like to commend Fordlands and their presentation.
Time out. Thank you. Look, please, councillors, standing orders are around conduct as well. So I will just ask you, we've got some more to go, and I know what we heard in the submissions that upset many of us, but we must exercise respect today, please. Your Worship, thank you.
do want to speak in favour of this. Fordlands have come forward as a real leadership, as a community hub, just like Eastside Collective, and they're prepared to step up and they're prepared to help council solve solutions, find solutions within their own neighbourhood. I think that's incredible leadership, that they came with such a well-researched submission, talking about leasing and becoming a CHIP, a community housing provider. So it wasn't asking council to fund. But I liked their leadership, and they spoke on behalf of their community with heart. And it took me back to some people that have come to this council to ask to see me, third-generation grandparents who have lost their house, lost their state house because of the market rental, and asked me if I can get them housed in a motel unit, nannies. And it's from that group that they've decided we're going to do something about housing our own people, and that's the reinvestment back into community hubs. So this showed real leadership about the way forward. And how quickly we forget as councillors about community hubs. We actually said we'd develop them in north, south, east and west. And this is the first hands up from the Western community, and there'll be others that will come. So I congratulate them, fully support this, and this one I believe is truly the easiest because that community was in support.
Thank you. Councillor Kai Fong and then Councillor Donaldson. And thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of torn on this one. I actually do see the need for that community hub, the wraparound services, the work that that organisation is actually doing within that community. And so I would support it on that basis. But then I'm also torn on the basis that I don't necessarily agree with where we're going with the sale of the reserves. So if I could have half a vote each way, that's kind of where I'd go. So I know that's not going to be permissible, but that's actually how I'm feeling in relation to this one. I think that there's still some work in the detail that needs to be done around how the CHIP would evolve, or the funding or the leasing arrangement, and it's a pity that we couldn't have just leased it without having to go through a total revocation process, but I understand because it is a Crown land that it is necessary. So, yeah, it's a $1 each way for me on this one, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson and then Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see this as a loss of control, this recommendation. The recommendation clearly says partner with Katoff, and they were unequivocal that they wanted to control the growth and the accommodation of their whānau in their community. They are also proactive in that they're standing in the market as landlord-tenants bail, and they're purchasing private housing as well to put their people in, and they were critical of government agencies that have inappropriately placed out-of-town people in their community. So they're really getting stuck in, pulling no punches, doing a great job. I fully support this.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too was, when we were looking at all the reserves as a whole, it was a really difficult decision. But when we really gladly, now that we're looking at them one by one, Wrigley Road Reserve, for me, when I was looking, and listening through the submissions throughout this whole process, I tried to look for, are there any other paths that we could go down, or is there any compromise or any other options there that could potentially benefit both sides, or make both sides happy. Reading through the submissions for Wrigley Road Reserve, I think it's very clear, and actually having the Fordlands group here to present last time, it was really clear the passion that they have and the plan that they have for this reserve and what they want to do. And so because of that, I will be supporting this motion, but I look forward to the discussion around the other reserves as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I am going to be in support of this, this recommendation. This community knows their community. They're well connected in. They did their homework. And the thing about it that stood out for me is that they will welcome people that need homes. It was very, very noticeable. People in Ford Block will welcome people to make their home in their community. The difference within Rotorua is quite mind-boggling. So there you go. So we have had a mover and a seconder. Thank you. We've had a mover and a seconder. Thank you. I will read it out. A Wrigley Road Reserve part, and it is recommendation 3 there. Revoke the status of part of the reserve and partner with KTTT of F, all right, thank you, to progress housing development, noting this recommendation requires a local build to progress. So it has been moved and seconded. I will put that motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? It is carried, but thank you very much. Noted. Thank you. You just raise your hands, please, just make sure we can note. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we're moving now to the High Street Reserve. Councillors, I've just been reminded, if you do wish to have your vote recorded against, please clearly indicate by raising your hand. None of this, dicking around business. Put your hand up so our scribe can note it clearly. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the High Street Reserve, and I am going to ask, as standing orders allows me to, if there are 3 speakers in favour of the recommendation, then I can then move to, are there any against the recommendation? I want to be a little bit lenient on that, but I am not going to allow, I do not want to have 12 speaking in favour of a recommendation. There's no need for that. So I'm just going to say I will use my discretion in terms of standing orders as we move through the other 9 reserves. And I'm sure you will appreciate that as well. So we do have the High Street Reserve. So do I have a mover and a seconder, please? And you're going to speak first. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. You will recall the proposal with this reserve was to revoke the back part of the reserve not occupied by the kindergarten. Apologies, I do have a bit of a tickle in my throat. The feedback on High Street was very mixed. We had submissions that clearly identified the value and use of this reserve to local community. We also had submissions that identified issues with unsavoury behaviour and safety concerns. The other important thing that came through the feedback was the importance of the reserve in providing a connection between Devon Street and High Street and Old Taupo Road. What we would say about this reserve is that we do actually need reserve provision in this wider area, but the submissions about safety issues and unsavoury behaviour does speak to the design of the reserve being poor. With that being said, we think there is an opportunity to retain open space within this reserve and work with the kindergarten to undertake a comprehensive redevelopment of the site that would see the relocation of the kindergarten and enabling the open space to be retained that aligns more closely with the policy. So the concept plan in front of you, I want to be very clear, it's very conceptual, intended to demonstrate how this could look. You will see the open space being retained on the High Street part of the reserve, retaining that connectivity to Old Taupo Road and opening up the back part of the reserve for potential kindergarten relocation. So that is the basis of the recommendation in front of you. The kindergarten are happy to work with us to look at options about how this might work, but it will require revocation of part of the reserve because they would seek to purchase the land if they possibly could. This reserve is also underlying Crown ownership, so will require a local bill to progress. Oh, yeah.
That's the reserve we're talking about. Thank you very much. So yes, the question, thank you. Oh, thank you, having to move. Any questions? Any questions on, so yes, Mr. Thomas, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify for my slightly slow brain, no actual housing development on this reserve. The revocation is simply so the kindergarten can move from one space to another, and the rest of the reserve will be retained as reserve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Probably the one other thing just to note, of course, is there's a walkway that would be closed, which comes down between two Kaingaora homes. I can't remember what the street is. So there is hence the reason revocation, transfer, and then our ability to adjust boundaries and have a conversation with the kindergarten.
Yes, Your Worship.
I should have indicated that I'm moving recommendation D.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Need a second.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Any questions?
Sorry, I'm just a little confused now. Sorry, are there already Kaingaora homes there, you said?
Yes, if you go back to the map, sorry, Gamathi, to the north of the image that you can see there, which is on that next slide, I think there's a small cul-de-sac that comes down from the north. There's a walkway that comes into the top of the reserve if that was north. So that goes down through Kaingaora homes there. So probably unlikely to want to have a walkway that comes in from the back into the kindergarten. So if you ended up doing a flip of the reserve piece there, we'd be looking to close that walkway that comes down. But the submissions talked to the value of the link between Old Taupo and High Street, coming from west to east in the image in front of you. So close the northern area walkway between the two Kaingaora homes that comes into the top of the reserve, but retain the west-east link between the reserves.
Councillor Kaifong?
Sorry, can I just ask for clarification about what Mr. Thomas just asked? So are you saying here, JP, that the whole revocation is just simply for the reciting of the kindergarten and no housing? So that basically the site remains as reserve in totality, apart from the actual location of the kindergarten. Sorry, I just didn't quite understand what Mr. Thomas was asking, or the answer, sorry, I just want clarification on that.
So the recommendation is still to revoke the part of the reserve that was previously identified in the initial proposal, but no longer for the purpose of housing. It would be to enable the relocation of the kindergarten and then retain the front portion of the reserve onto High Street as open green space. So no housing.
So was there a necessity to revoke the reserve status if it's still going to be open space apart from the location of the kindy?
The kindergarten have a desire to purchase the land which they're on. So to enable the relocation, that would be the win-win for them.
Did we have a submission from the kindergarten that that's what they wanted?
No, we didn't, because this option it was from submissions that staff started to think about how else could we ensure that the open space in this area aligns more closely with our policy and provides the quality we need. How could we work with the existing activity on site to find another solution?
Just one quick question then. How can we be assured that if it's sold to the kindergarten that they then don't on-sell for housing?
Same way we do in a number of other transactions where we make it a condition of sale. And if they don't discharge that condition, which is for their use, then that's the offer back to us or return to us.
Thank you. Your Worship?
yes, this is one that I certainly support, and heavy lobbying, and I congratulate the community around this reserve about how much it meant to them. And it's nice to know that when we go through a process, we hear what you say. I would just have concern that, and I'm in total support, but I do think that wider community around that reserve needs to be included in part of that development of that reserve, as well as the kindergarten, because they do cherish this. And I do think the issue of safety is another issue. That's something that I've received much concern about, was safety and access, the walking access. So I think it's wider. You've got it caught there in the development of the reserve, but I wouldn't just add the kindergarten. I'd include those around the reserve.
Thank you. And Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I understand when it says of your kindergarten experiencing space pressures, but I'm still perturbed as to think why it would only be in dialogue form and not in written submission.
What's that?
Again, councillors, if I can answer that one off, is we went out with a proposal, so they saw the proposal as written. We've responded to what we saw as the responses from the community saying we still value the public space. We would still maintain that the design of that reserve creates is poor. And with that discussion with the kindergarten knowing their desire to expand, we actually get the opportunity to see expansion space for them and as best we can within that site create a clear sight line between High Street through the walkway to Old Topol Road and make the reserve as close as possible to the front. So rather than it being the opposite way around, we actually enhance the outcomes for that space for that community and for the kindergarten.
Thank you. Any further? Yes, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in support. I'm also mindful of the submission from Rotorua Cycle Action that were concerned about connectivity for walking and cycling. So closing a walkway, but I understand why. There is still a way through that reserve, as you say, JP, from High Street to Old Topol Road. And my understanding also is that if there was a subsequent sale to the kindergarten, it's only for the portion that the curtilage of the dwelling or the drip line of their play space and building, not the whole reserve.
How much of the land they acquired, I guess, would need to be worked through with them in terms of what their need is, and I don't have an answer for that today.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a mover and a second. It's been moved by Her Worship, seconded by Mr. Thomas. So I will read the recommendation. High Street Reserve part, and it is D, progress process for disposal and development of the reserve, working with the kindergarten to explore options for the comprehensive redevelopment of the site that improves outcomes for the kindergarten and the function, quality and accessibility of the reserve, noting that any proceeds of sale will be required to improve the quality of the retained service area. Been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. No, thank you. You're no as well. Councillor Tapsell, you're no? Thank you. Please put up your hands. Thank you. Right. Thank you. You must put up your hands, please. Thank you. Including yourself, Councillor Tapsell. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It has been, thank you, carried. Thank you very much. (171) Clinkard Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 171 Clinkard Avenue is a small section, approximately 700 square metres, that is adjacent to Glenholme Reserve. It is access of a laneway off Clinkard Avenue. It does not serve the wider open space purpose of Glenholme Reserve, and this is the only site that we are recommending a direct sale to Kāinga Ora. As outlined by JP in the earlier presentation, Kāinga Ora own the adjoining properties, so it would enable a comprehensive redevelopment of their existing sites to increase yield and improve the quality of their existing homes for those tenants. This site is also underlying Crown ownership, so would require the local bill to progress.
Thank you. Any questions around this one section there? Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a question, but the map answers that. It includes the walkway, the laneway through to Clinkard Avenue, as well as the site. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to move this one.
You're going to move that? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. And Your Worship seconding it. Thank you. Any further questions or round of discussion? No. So it's been moved and seconded, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Her Worship. I'll put that motion then. I would like to speak to it if I could briefly. Of course, I beg your pardon. Sorry. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if other councillors, but I received an email about a disgusting busted toilet block on this very site. It sits below the level of the rest of the reserve, with the laneway which had old shopping trolleys and a dead TV lying in it when I went and had a look on my bike. It serves no recreational use whatsoever, and as has been said, the surrounding properties, I've seen redevelopments that Kāinga Ora have done in the Selwyn Heights area, and this is perfectly suited to a comprehensive redevelopment of that space by Kāinga Ora, so I'm in support. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll put that. Yes, Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Are you still open for comments on?
Yes, certainly.
Sorry, I would have supported the sale of this particular piece of land, but not on a direct sale to Kāinga Ora. I realise this is a tiny little piece of land. It's got a funny little walkway off Clinkard Avenue and is a little back piece off the side of the Miller Street Reserve, and so probably doesn't really serve any useful purposes as a reserve as such. But because the recommendation is a direct sale to Kāinga Ora, my preference would be that it simply be sold on the open market, and if Kāinga Ora wishes to tender in that process, then I would have been prepared to vote in favour of it, but because of the recommendation with KO in there, I would be voting no.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree this was really the only one that I could see the merit in being housing, so I wonder if the mover and the seconder would be open to it just being a direct sale to the market where Kāinga Ora could also bid.
I don't know. I think because the Kāinga Ora homes are just around.
Exactly, Madam Chair. It's surrounded by Kāinga Ora properties, and I could see a really useful redevelopment of the whole site and adjacent dwellings, which are quite large sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it has been moved and seconded. I am going to put that recommendation there on 171 Clinkard Avenue, a direct sale to Kāinga Ora, noting this recommendation requires a local bill to progress. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. There are 5 hands raised. Thank you. Motion has been carried. Thank you. All going well, councillors. I am going to move through these so that everyone sitting here wanting to listen to the debate around the reserves, and they can then go as soon as we finish. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but I think they've come to listen to their reserves when it comes up. So, Turner Drive Reserve. Part. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Comes up. And if you could just move your microphone or just speak a little bit louder, thank you.
The feedback from the community with respect to Turner Drive Reserve indicated that the reserve is well used and highly valued by the community. It also identified the need for additional investment into recreation facilities for particularly local tamariki in this community. Based on the feedback received, the proposal has been amended. We are originally proposing to revoke 70% of the reserve, and we are now suggesting that 50% of the reserve be disposed of. That would retain approximately 10,000 square metres of open space, which is about 3 times more than what we would acquire for a neighbourhood reserve now. with a commitment that the proceeds of sale are reinvested back into this site. The concept plan there, and again very conceptual, intended to show potentially what it could look like, shows the proportion at 50% rather than the 70% that we originally had in the initial proposal. This site is also underlying Crown owned, so would require the local bill to progress.
Just adding to the comments that Steph has made on this reserve, I think this goes to one of those opportunities to actually have that more wider community recreation conversations that we've seen in the youth spaces discussions we've had in Kotu and a couple of other key reserve areas. So a really opportunity to create some community ownership to the outcomes there. Probably this is another one also where it lends itself to sort of recognition within that discussion to the Te Tātou wellbeing compass, because there's some other options there, because we're dealing with such a significant parcel of land being retained. There's also some opportunities to think about what does that mean for fruit trees, what does that mean for passive stormwater management, and a bunch of other opportunities that really see some wider outcomes for the community, not just specifically around recreation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Stephanie? Councillor Maxwell.
Not a question, but I'm pleased about the reduction from 70% down to 50%. I do have whānau who live beside there, and they were warm to the fact of having helping in the housing issues, and so for that I'm happy to move the motion.
Thank you.
And support the recommendations. Thank you.
It's what A, B, C or D? Which recommendation? D. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. So any further questions? Oh, there are a number. Thank you. Mrs. Trumper, and then Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really just a point of clarification. Was this one of the reserves that Sport Bay of Plenty have actually picked up and sort of had anything to do with? No? I'm just wondering.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of either. Don't think so. No. Thank you. Your Worship, and then Councillor Kumar.
In support of this. I'm pleased that following the consultation you've pulled back and reduced to 50%, but knowing this community well, I'm not remotely surprised at this recommendation. Support moved by Councillor Maxwell, and this is the value of our consultation. You learn how special it is to some, but you learn also that they're not against having this being put into housing, part of this being put into housing. Happy to second this.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we look at the summary of feedbacks, it says 12 submissions, 11 in opposition. Yet the staff comments come down based on feedback. The area of the reserve proposed for disposal should be significantly reduced. 11 out of 12 people submitted against it. Yet we've come back to say that we are going to reduce it 50% based on that one support.
Councillors, the key here is your decision making. You've heard repeatedly through years of submission processes that submissions are about receiving information and making decisions. So if you believe the weight of numbers is important, that should affect your decision making. Often it's the quality of submissions. It's not a poll. If we were to go out and do a poll, that's a different kind of process. Submission process is to give people's views and for you to make an evaluative decision.
Thank you. And I think you failed to admit it is often the voices that are not heard that are also need to be taken into account. Thank you very much. So, if yes, Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. I think the difficulty that I have with this one is, yes, I can see that it would be important for part of the reserve to be made available for housing, but what I do have concern about is the lack of detail around the progressing the two-stage process for disposal. So now we've introduced a new step in terms of a land disposal process that wasn't consulted on, hasn't been discussed and hadn't been agreed upon. Because what do you...
Actually, it was submitted on. The key here is that mana whenua reflected to us in some of their submissions, the key, and it was raised particularly, I think, lastly with the Te Tato board about the options around first right of refusal for any land for disposal. And it was repeated again, most recently at the O&M meeting, around the disposal of a piece of revoked reserve from the 1980s at Clayton Road. So I think we are responding to a submission point there in this proposal.
Yeah. And Chair, for clarification,
yes.
The two-step process is clearly stated at the top of page 37.
Thank you. Yes, it's been there.
I think what the concern that I just had around that was that we did have this raised at, I think it was the O&M meeting, and there was some concern about the fact that the land disposal policy hadn't been brought back for update and review, and there was some concern expressed by Te Tato Aotearoa around that process. And I think also the uncertainty in this process is that there isn't any clearly identified iwi that would be offered the land, and so there is some uncertainty around that process, how that would be done, how they would then partner if they were going to partner, or if iwi would do the land development. So I think there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and that is why I'd have to vote no against this one.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? I've got a mover and a seconder. Thank you. So any discussion, any further discussion on this, on Clencard Reserve? Thank you. Appears to, yes, put to the vote. Sorry? Oh, I beg your pardon. Turner, that's right. Thank you. Getting my reserves mixed up. Thank you. So I'm going to put that motion. Thank you. The Turner Drive Reserve. D, progress two-stage process for disposal and development of part reduced to 50% of the site and direct reinvestment into Turner Drive Reserve and Western Heights, noting requires a local build to progress. Been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4 hands, 5 hands raised. Thank you.
Madam Chair, are these divisions being noted accordingly, or do you want us to ask each time? If we could just get confirmation that the divisions are going to be noted.
No, they are being recorded.
Thank you. So we don't need to ask for a division being shown if...
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to go now to the park, number 5, Park Road Reserve, part. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for the recommendation with respect to Park Road Reserve is to proceed with the disposal of the area identified, which is the bit to the south in orange, via the two-step process. The proposal still retains significant reserve land, which significantly exceeds our minimum site requirements, would provide a good opportunity for reinvestment into the space and to some of the other reserves within the wider Western Heights area. And also, from a housing perspective, provide an opportunity for a family-friendly housing development that integrates with the reserve, and we'd be seeking to ensure that outcome through the EOI process.
Any questions to Stephanie? Thank you. Thank you. C, thank you. You're moving C, thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. So I'll invite a round of discussion. Oh, no, there are no questions. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy with this one also, with this option. This is one of those ones that used to be for a sports club, no longer used as such, so it's far too big for a local recreation reserve. I am friends with a person who regularly walks his dog on this reserve, hardly sees another soul when he's doing it, and is fully in support himself. But also just the concerns that have been raised about the two-step process, and it's quite clear there that council would allow, the first right of refusal would allow council to identify mana whenua, in this instance, meaning recognised iwi authority or multiple Māori land entity who may have an interest in acquiring and developing sites, etc., for housing. So it's quite clear what that process is, and again, I'm fully in support.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in support. This used to be a field for rugby league before we built Puketai Federal Park, and everything's held out there too now. So it's no sports being played up there. So tautoko, I support the recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We do have a mover and a seconder. If there are no further discussions, I am going to put the motion, and that is for the Park Road Reserve part. Progress two-stage process for disposal and development of part of the site as proposed, and direct reinvestment into Park Road Reserve and Western Heights. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you. Thank you. Now we're moving to the Steeles Lane Reserve part.
Move 6A, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're moving that, are you? Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Yates has been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie.
The geotech identified the development of the site as possibly marginal, and also acknowledging the feedback from the local residents about the potential flood risk of the site. The recommendation is to retain the site in full.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Oh, sorry. Are there any questions to Stephanie? I think this is probably an easy peasy. Thank you. We do have a mover and a seconder. Are there any discussion further? Any discussion at all on? No. Thank you. So I am going to put that motion, that Steeles Lane Reserve part, retain the reserve as likely unfeasible for development. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Thank you. Carried. Oh, sorry, someone was against it? Against it? Did you want it sold? Did you say you're against it? I'm sorry, I'm... Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, it'll be so noted. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the Gallagher Street Reserve. Thank you, Stephanie, that's coming up. Mm-hmm. We've only got we've got 3 more to go, so we're doing fine. Thank you. And I am going to finish these before we take a lunch break, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The feedback with respect to Gallagher Street Reserve focused a lot on the rural value of the reserve to neighbouring residents. Even if you increase the level of service provision to a 300-metre accessibility measure, or 300 metres walking to get to a reserve within your local community, we would not require this reserve for an increased level of service. It provides an opportunity to plug some reserve gaps, particularly where we have them in Glenholme Reserve. So based on that, the recommendation is to dispose of the reserve via the 2-step process. You will note there is a mistake in the recommendation in your report, which says proceed to market sale. However, we are recommending first right of refusal for mana whenua, and then market sale if no one puts their hand up at that point, with the proceeds being used to improve other reserves in the vicinity and or purchase land for reserves where there are existing gaps.
Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions to Stephanie? Thank you, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Stephanie, this piece of parcel of reserve has only ever been used for grazing, is my understanding. And can you tell me, because I think I heard a figure the other day, what has been the income council's received from the years that it's been grazed?
You said it has only ever been used for grazing. My understanding, and I'm just looking to Rob, is that we've $6,000, $8,000.
It's not per annum, that's total.
Thank you. Councillor Yates and Councillor Kumar.
Kia ora mai, but that was going to be my question around, just to draw that out, and that's been over 50 years. Second question around this, which kind of alludes to my question that I asked prior to going into the individualised responses to these parcels of reserves, was around market sale. So could that potentially be, in this case, whilst we spoke about property developers, could this potentially be open to those of the neighbouring households being offered this particular piece of reserve if they so wished to purchase?
We've just looked at each other.
Properties, yeah. Is that what you're saying? No, just entire.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Just taking a question. Is B moved? Okay, because I was going to move A, retain reserve.
This is Gallagher Street Reserve, yes.
Yes. Yep. I would like to make an amendment and say A, retain reserve.
Oh, yes, we did have a mover and a second. Did we have a mover and a second? If we didn't have a mover and a second, you can move.
Yeah.
I'm happy to second that.
Sorry?
So I'd like to move that we retain reserve A, option A.
All right, thank you. So you're moving that we
retain reserve.
That the recommendation is A.
Yep.
Retain the reserve. Thank you. Do you have, or do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Tapsell. Thank you. So that's now the discussion to be had. That's now the discussion to be had. Councillor Maxwell, and this is Councillor Maxwell. This is on the on A.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This one here, I've always been uncomfortable with. It is grazing for cattle and sheep or housing for people that we know have got a big problem. So I can't support the motion that's up here at the moment, which is to retain it as it is. And I've just heard the financial gain over 50 years. So I'm against the motion. Aroha mai.
So you're against the amendment. Oh no, that's right. It's not. That's right. Yes, just A. Thank you. That's right, Councillor. You're quite right. It's just A. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Trumper.
Madam Chair, so are we debating this or are we asking questions? Just to clarify.
We're actually debating this.
Okay, so if it stays as a reserve, what would the value of that reserve be, and what would the purchaser of that land, if they wanted to buy it to maintain it as a rural space, what would it cost them to buy it? Because, I mean, if it's going to be offered to the open market, it could be offered to farmer and the farmer buys it at the market rate. I mean, I cannot possibly support this at the peppercorn rental that they are charged unless they are actually going to be paying market rate for leasing the land for a few sheep on it.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Her Worship now.
I certainly can't support option A, and for the very reason that what is council in the business of having grazed land for lease? And it shows that we needed to do this review of our open spaces policy. When you see the absurd return on a bit of spare land from leasing for animals, and yes, I like watching lambs being born too, But I just believe that that option B is so much better, so I will not support option A.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Yates.
Kia ora. I'm still undecisive because I do see the value of this particular land, having been up around Gallagher Street and seeing the possibility of what it could look like even with homes. That's probably where my concern lies. I am concerned about the landscape of that particular block of land in itself, as to the light that would even come into the homes, the quality of living. The homes will have to be quite high spec in order to be developed and constructed to such a degree where I believe there'd be quality housing developed there, or quite a bit of an expense would need to go into those particular homes. So I'm still interested to hear around the table if there is any other opposition or proposals to support this, because I'd like to be convinced otherwise, or else I will be supportive of A.
Thank you, Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. I would support retaining the reserve. We keep talking about the dollar figure about what we get for grazing, but we haven't put a dollar figure on what we've heard from all of the submitters about the value of green space. And when we say that we've now got medium density residential standards, so that means that all the surrounding properties may be increased in terms of density, increased population, then the value of this green space will actually go up. So I would support retaining the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to... sorry. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. It might be useful just to put the map back up again, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because my understanding is this reserve's surplus because of adjacent reserves. Is that right, JP?
There is significant provision of reserves within the wider area. Unfortunately, that map doesn't show that. But I guess our point is, even at a 500 metre walking distance or a 300 metre walking distance, this community is served by other reserves.
But you are correct.
So I would be in opposition to retaining this reserve. It seems an unnecessary action when there are adequate reserves already there.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm going to put... Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just as the seconder...
yes, sorry.
All good. I do support retaining this reserve. I think there is a lot of value, as has mentioned by many of the submissions, in having a rural feel to one of our reserves. And if you look at the small road that this is on, adding additional homes with the potential of at least 2-storey is going to significantly change that neighbourhood for those that live there. And you can guarantee that many of the people moved there or bought a house there doing so under the belief that they were going to have that there. And I do respect and acknowledge that there are reserves nearby, but when you've got young children, you don't send your children 500 metres down the road, you send them across the road to the green space. So I do really see value in maintaining this, and what I would prefer is supporting higher density in the big sections that are around it, because I have heard as well that there are some residents nearby that wanted to subdivide or add an extra dwellings or more onto their sections, but that process has taken longer. So I think leave it to the market for now in the areas that we can subdivide, and keep this reserve protected for our children and the future generations that want to live here.
Thank you, Councillor Tapsell. Thank you. As the mover, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's not about the peppercorn list on this property. It's the area that it serves. There's wonderful families and have a rich history in the farmer that's allowed the whole family to ever always come over, use the reserves, play with the sheep and the kids. Also in December, when they did inquire, they were told that it's never going to be sold. Lots of members of the public, they actually came downstairs as well. And now for us, you know, and Councillor Tapsell sort of nailed it. This goes back to the families there. It's in a cul-de-sac. It's a long way away. It might seem like it's only 500 meters, but there's a lot of young families there that do enjoy that space, and that's why they invested to live in there.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. That's the up there on the Gallagher Street Reserve A, and it has been moved and seconded to retain the reserve. I'll now put that motion, and I would like, please, a show of hands. All those in favour of the retain the reserve, please raise your hands. Thank you. Did you get? Thank you. And all those in favour, do you want me to put? Did you know that? Put his hands up. Thank you. Did he? Just get a show of hands, please, just to make sure. So all those who are in favour of the reserve, to retain the reserve, please raise your hands. Thank you. Thank you. And against, please. Thank you. Thank you. Has it been carried? Biscuiter? Oh, the motion has been lost. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can you just double check that? Yeah. Thank you. I believe it was tied.
Hands, so we got a clear indication. The motion has been lost. Thank you. Yes. Oh.
So now, to ask if there's a
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Thank you, Dr. Walker. So option B, we're going, and it's been moved by Her Worship and seconded by Councillor Maxwell. So that's open now for a round of discussion, if there is any required. Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, thanks. My reason for supporting this is the need is greater in Glenholme, in my view, as the staff have just said. And this is one piece of property that I think would fetch a sizable sum on the market and could assist with investing in a new reserve in Glenholme where the need is greater. So that's why I support.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
And just supporting, and very briefly, if we didn't have a housing problem and a housing issue, I would have left it and retained, but we do have to remind ourselves we do have a housing problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Morgan.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. I think in my position, I'm quite sure that we should be doing this because the staff have followed a process. This reserve actually is one of the ones better suited to that process of providing land to address our housing shortage. So it seems to me this is the stronger candidate of those we've been looking at. But yeah, I also respect other people's opinions. Kia ora.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. And Your Worship, I'll come to you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and please bear with me. I didn't think we would have to go through this and think about and explain to the community who very actively did not want us to dispose of Gallagher Street Reserve. I also, in terms of process, am quite surprised that a two-stage process has been even recommended for any of these options, but now that it looks like it will be approved for this, because that's also not what was consulted on at the time. So while I do think there potentially could have been other use for this land, I don't support losing this reserve, and I certainly don't support going through a process and disposal to people that the community hadn't been consulted on as well. So I do think that this is very sad and disappointing for this to go through at the committee level, but I do hope that by the time this comes to the council table for final sign-off, that some of our other elected members would see the light, see the logic, and actually keep this important rural reserve for our community.
Thank you. Mr. Bersini-Tuli? Oh, no, thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my sentiments are the same. You know, having gone through the process with Gallagher Street and Springfield people, they came very clearly to say, look, if this goes, this is our livelihood for our kids. They've been going there for a long time, and they were assured that this was just a proposal to see that it was going to be a better reserve, but no. And they were told that no, there's no housing that's ever going to come, despite the fact that they consulted Unison, and Unison told them, yes, they are putting network down for housing. And this was in November last year. And in December, when they came down to the council, they were reassured that no, it's not going to happen. My conversation with Deputy Chief Executive JP was also that at this stage it's just a proposal. And here we are today deciding the fate of selling it. I think it's a travesty.
A final, Councillor Yates, and then I'm going to put the motion.
Kia ora, whilst I still support it being retained as a reserve, I do look forward to what this two-stage process looks like. And I did hear the passion, and I did hear the articulation of how special this particular reserve is to the local residents. So I suppose in the possibility of it going out to market, there may well be somebody who comes up and buys it themselves. So that's perhaps where I'm still going to park that and wait for council meeting to further deliberate. I'm still keeping an open mind, but I can't support D as it stands right now.
Thank you, and I'll go to you, Your Worship, in case there's something that you're the mover.
Yes, and I do, and I did hear, just actually as Councillor Kumar said, we did hear the submitters, but I've also been contacted by people that had another view and couldn't be bothered doing a submission. And I think that speaks to the numbers of people on various reserves that we're looking at today that didn't feel the same passion. So I believe this will add to our potential to build, and I think that's where we all ought to be focused. So I do agree with B, and we'll watch with interest where it goes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to, it has been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the motion for B for 7 Gallagher Street Reserve, that the progress two-stage process for disposal and development of the site with stage 2 as direct market sale, with proceeds to be used to improve quality of other reserves in vicinity. Moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in...
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's not actually what it says up on the... It's not direct market sale, it's two-stage.
Oh, I beg your pardon, that was changed in my run sheet. Sorry about that. Thank you. I will repeat that. Beg your pardon. Progress two-stage process for disposal and development of the site with proceeds to be used to improve quality of other reserves in vicinity. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you. 6. Have you got them down? Thank you. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Tapsell.
Sorry, Madam Chair, what was your vote?
What was the...
What?
Oh, so I voted for it. Thank you. Right, we have 3 further reserves, which is the Linton Park West, Lee Road Reserve and the Coulter Road Reserve, and I am going to complete these before we take a break for lunch, councillors. So, and I may have to use my standing orders discretion in terms of speaking 3, speaking 4. I'll just see how we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linton Park West or 16 Kamahi Place. The feedback clearly indicated that there was a high value from the community on this reserve and that it was well used. The feedback also indicated that it was important for connectivity within this wider neighbourhood. There is currently no easy vehicle access to this site, which will make development difficult. However, we do see that there could be a potential future option for development that would achieve some wider reserve outcomes, particularly for the wider Linton Park and for the community centre, which have some quite big development aspirations. On that basis, the recommendation is to progress the revocation of the reserve, but not to progress any disposal until there has been further investigation and discussions with the local community and community centre, and a proposal brought back to Council for consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Stephanie? Yes, Your Worship.
I suppose to avoid confusion for the public, what are these other options that might come out?
I guess we don't know what that might look like, and having that conversation with the wider community needs to be the first step. But we do have a relationship with the community centre, and we are aware of plans that they have to develop their facilities for wider recreation purposes for that community. Linton Park is right there, and ensuring continued accessibility into that space is also important.
Thank you.
Mrs Trumper, and then Councillor Tapsell, I think.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously we had a number of submitters that actually really supported and actually has now put this into process. When people talk about you're going to be undertaking wider consultation with the community, what sort of time frame does that look like?
I think, Madam Chair, just to be clear on that, that's probably one that needs to be picked up by the recreation team as part of their wider, I'm going to get the term right, PARS, which is the strategy work they're doing. And as I say, we've got the tenancy there around the community centre and community gardens operating on the old bowling greens. There is some issues around road access into Linton Park and whether that could actually enhance the wider reserve discussion. So those are the kind of issues that need to be put back into another process. So I wouldn't want to give a time frame for that, councillors. It's more a case of making sure that it's handed through for appropriate discussions.
Supplementary to that, Madam Chair, I think what the point of my question really was around JP is people hear this and then they think it's going to happen within 12 months. And I was just trying to get that. It is a bigger project now we're doing this, so it's not going to happen in 6 months, so to speak.
Thank you. Was it Councillor Taps, or did you have a question? No, thank you. Mr Thomas, then Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my question really dovetails in with Mrs Trumper's. I'm presuming when you say the site to have reserve status revoked that you would be including it in a local bill. It makes sense if you're going out to a local bill, you put everything in there. I think it just leaves a lot of uncertainty for that community. So would it be, sort of better to actually undertake the consultation with the community alongside the local bill being developed, and then a decision might be made to take it out of the local bill if the consultation with the community comes up that it has a reserve purpose still. So rather than doing one and then the other, can they both happen at the same time?
Yes, they absolutely could. I guess the other option you could consider is removing this through the local bill and progressing it through a Reserves Act process, which obviously will take significantly longer time, but will ensure that we also appropriately have time to consult with the community. as an alternative suggestion.
So Councillor Wang and then Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, my question is very similar to Mr. Thomas's question. Just because the recommendation is to have the reserve status revoked, but then the decision on the disposal and the development parked while we, undertake this further investigation and consultation, that part of the question was answered around, why we're doing this before we get that consultation. But what if, after that consultation, it comes back that it is needed as a reserve, as it has clearly been, pointed out in the submissions? When it comes back, do we then return it to a reserve? So is that kind of like a 360?
The vesting of land as reserve is much easier than revoking the classification of reserves. So yes, you could absolutely do that, but that's where a Reserves Act process might serve that better as well. If we undertake the consultation and then commence that process, as we've brought forward proposals to you for numerous pieces of land to undertake it through a Reserves Act process.
Look, I do hear what's going on, and I think that I'm going to move a motion that this be taken off the table at this point in time, and the community, and we work with the community to again revisit this reserve. And I'm going to move so. Thank you, Mrs. Trumper. Thank you. And I'm going to put it now. I'm going to put that now. Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded.
Can we just confirm what the motion is? So are you simply saying that you're wanting to retain it as a reserve, or are you saying that this D proposal...
Take the decision off the table today. And
so there's no decision around reserve status on this one?
No, that's right.
And when will that decision then be taken? Can we have a...
Well, that decision will come back. That decision will come back.
Well, I just think because we've got the community sitting here, so we've already given them some uncertainty, and now we're giving them even more uncertainty. So I think it either is we agree that we retain this as a reserve and go back to the drawing table to redesign whatever has to happen with full detail, rather than just simply delaying a decision on this.
With we're not sure, and it has been said, we're not sure about the community centres, their future aspirations.
Yes.
And that does need to be taken, and further consideration needs to be given to what that might be. Yes.
Question of JP. If I can see it's a future decision, clearly that's coming up, and we've heard from the public. If it's not stated in a bill, do you then lose the opportunity to do whatever the community wants after your consultation? Does it need to be named in a bill?
Yes, it will need to be specified
and so
in the bill.
That's why I don't support taking it off the table. I think the future decision is quite rightly made by a future council, but I still think it should be named, and that's where my personal belief is D fits that requirement. So I'm not happy with it being taken off the table.
I think it lays on the table, actually. It's a procedural matter, and that it can be a procedural motion that it lay on the table.
I'm happy that.
And as long as we're all clear about what that means.
Yeah.
So I'll actually ask you to, or you or yourself. Thank you. Thank you. I'll get that clarified.
Madam Chair, would it help to just look at the map again, please? Because I understood it wasn't the whole reserve.
It's not. No, it's not.
It's not.
So can they just explain which part of that reserve is actually being talked about? That'll make it a lot easier, I think.
Thanks, Stephanie.
It is the orange strip to the bottom of that picture, to the south there.
The orange strip?
Yes,
to the
bottom.
bottom.
Orange strip.
Thank you. And
urge caution. I just think D does give the opportunity of that window for consultation. And I would like to support D. Not let it just lie on the table. I think the community is concerned. They've expressed their concerns to us, and this gives us the opportunity to go forward and work with them.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Kai Fong.
Oh, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask my question that I was going to ask before you
Put that up. Thank you.
put the request to park the decision. And the question was just actually around the functionality, if you like to call it that, of the Linton Park Community Centre. We have talked about community hubs and the need for community organisations to work closely with the communities in which they are involved, but I understood that there was some question mark around the effectiveness or functionality of this particular organisation, and I'm sure that perhaps Councillor Wing and Mrs Trumper may recall that when we were looking at community grants for this particular organisation, the staff had flagged that there was some concern as to whether or not this organisation was able to deliver, which was in direct contrast to other community hub organisations like the Makua Association. So I would like the staff to comment on whether there is an opportunity with Linton Park to actually be able to fully participate in this and give proper and effective feedback.
I suppose, being on the spot, I don't know that information, Councillor, but I think the key there is discussions with the community and the community centre. So if they participate in that conversation, it is part of a wider conversation. So the information that you've just provided today goes to that discussion about where is that centre at, and
that is
what is
actually
its
relevant
context.
to the discussion today. That is actually irrelevant to the discussion today. I'm going to remove the motion that I was going to put, that it lay on the table, and I understand, Your Worship, you are moving, or you have actually indicated you're going to move D.
Happy to move D as written.
Right. So we'll have some discussion then on D, and it will be D. Seconder, please, for that one. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. So do we have some further discussion? Yes, Mr Thomas. I'll come to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would feel a lot happier about this resolution if it included the words around an urgency to consult with the community, so that that consultation could be happening concurrently with the development of the local bill. It may be that we quickly get to a point where we decide, where we can look at it and go, the community really wants that reserve retained, and we could then take it out of the local bill. So I think, you know, there is some urgency to that consultation with the community.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if the mover and seconder would be happy with inserting the words Mana Whenua after Linton Park Community Centre, because it's not spelt out there, and I think there's trouble if we don't include them in the consultation investigation.
Seeking to have the mover and a seconder improve the insertion of and Mana Whenua after the Linton Park Community Centre. Is that correct? Fine, thank you. Well, that would be the mover and the seconder, if they're in agreement.
Absolutely.
Thank you, that can be added. Thank you very much. So I am going to now put that motion. Yes, Mrs Trumper.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands what that actually means, and just for clarity for the community in respect, that they actually understand that it isn't going to be into housing, that it is going out for consultation at the same time that they can have input into the bill about their own reserve. Is that just so that we're really clear for the community?
Thank you. I am going to put that now. It has been moved and seconded, and I'm going to put D, the Linton, I better read it from there in case there's something been included. Linton Park West, part 16 Kaimahi Road. Site to have reserve status revoked, but decision on disposal or development parked while further investigation and discussions are undertaken with the Linton Park Community Centre, mana whenua and the wider community. So we moved and seconded. I'll put that motion now. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you. It has been carried. Thank you. You've got those. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go to the Lee Road Reserve, and then we're taking the Coulter Road Reserve, and then that will complete our reserves discussion. Lee Road Reserves, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A significant proportion of the feedback received through this process was around Lee Road Reserve. Much of the feedback was focused on opposition to any sort of public or social housing. It also identified concerns around drainage and potential flood risk from development of this site, and identified, I guess, the more neighbourhood feel of this reserve compared to other reserves within the vicinity that have more of a destination focus. One point to note is that the front portion of this reserve is within the inner noise contour for the airport, which means residential development is restricted. On that basis, and considering the community feedback, the proposal is to retain the front portion of the reserve, which equates to about 3,000 square metres, for amenity, recreation, and to resolve some of the, or potentially resolve some of the stormwater issues, and progress disposal of the remainder of the site through the two-step process. Can I just note one other thing? This is one of the areas where we do have a gap at the Tino Road end of Lee Road. We do have a gap in reserves serving that community. So we would be seeking to use the proceeds to ensure that we had reserve provision up at that Tino Road end of Lee Road. Yes.
Right at the other end of Lee Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just noticed along Lee Road there is a lot of undeveloped land, which I presume is in the noise, the envelope for the airport noise restrictions. Would council be open to leasing land to provide a reserve in those areas? It occurs to me if they cannot be developed as housing, the owners may still want to retain ownership. But is that a possibility for establishing a reserve that it's leased land not owned by council?
The answer, I guess, would be yes, in theory, without understanding the detail around that. For clarity, the majority of properties that fall within that inner noise contour are the Middleton Road properties. There is a second contour where residential development is provided, but at a the specifications of those properties would be at a much higher level. A lot of the land down Lee Road is actually zoned rural, which is why we may not have seen the development of those sites previously.
Thank you.
Probably just adding to that, you saw from the previous map that we had up there that you can see Middleton Road there. If you look at the sound contour comes across that Lee Road end of the Lee Road Reserve and then comes down over the existing homes there, a couple of the sections there, but it's actually a block below the Middleton Road piece where the sound contour flares out across a piece that is zoned rural as a consequence.
Councillor Yates, then Councillor Kumar.
Similar question, tēnā kōrua, long day, here we are. If you can just keep that slide up there, please. Thank you, Komati. Okay, anyway, that slide. So, similar question, if this was potentially, because kāinga ora isn't attached to this in any way, shape or form, market value once again and the possibility of going out to local residents potentially to purchase and retain a park for their businesses. Is that still a possibility in this and in the recommendation that's up there?
Again, I think there's a case of, yes, that is possible. I suppose what's been proposed by us at the moment is to say that, remember, 3,000 square metres is our minimum reserve site. So we would retain so our proposal is, as it sits at the moment, is to retain the Lee Road end. So you would access past that, into the rest of that area, which if you think about the graphic or the concept that was shown previously, shows that's probably about 12,000 squares, quite a large area. So 3,000 being the area at the road end, so a minimum size for amenity or reserve at that end. We would have thought that if you went to the market on that site, the price would be affected by that no-build zone anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move, but in getting to Mr Thomas's point about vacant land in that area, my understanding is that much of it is the old Rotorua Eastern Arterial designation, which has now been undone, and for want of a better word, and Waka Kotahi are still disposing of that land. So I think that's a lot of the open space that's down that end anyway. And I know the airport company had interest in some of it, as well as no doubt Mana Whenua. So yeah, I'm happy to move 9D.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson, and your seconding. You. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Tapsell. Was it Councillor Tapsell? Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was actually going to move C, but I see there is a motion on the what's that? But if defeated, then I'd like to go for C. But my argument is that when you go and see a piece of land on Middleton Road at the moment, and I know that that's not relevant to that discussion now.
No. You're right, it's not. You're quite right, it's not.
But anyway, you can go to my Facebook page for that. So that aside, if we go to Lee Road, I think there was a very strong opposition from everyone concerned, and with regards to what they had proposed. So it was almost probably 100% of that. And so while we are not polling over here and not taking 100% submission as opposition, I think that we need to tread very carefully over here, because that whole community overwhelmingly came and said that they do not want to lose any part of the reserve. In fact, they would like council investment. As Kitoff had said, that they would like $4 billion of council investment. So if we put that kind of investment into Lee Road Reserve, imagine what this reserve could turn out to be.
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. Councillor Tapsell, then Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'm against this. I would have preferred to retain this reserve, and Lee Road Reserve is unlike all the others that we have considered because they have the holiday park right next door. And this is hugely significant when it comes to any planning decisions for us, or any decisions on what the future for that reserve should be, because that is going to significantly change the amenity value and the reason why many people go to this holiday park to enjoy green space on one side and the beautiful lake on the other. And we can't underestimate the importance of holiday parks for things like the many sports tournaments that we have, the many students that visit. These are affordable options that are away from, let's be real, the misery down Fenton Street where they no longer go, and it's a very valuable accommodation option that our city has to offer. We do know that other holiday parks have been struggling with the closure of the borders, and why would we put more grief on such an important operator for our local community? We also do know, I am against this because we also do know that there are serious flood risks to this area, and we have heard through feedback from submissions, where nearby residents no longer will be insured for areas like garages that have already had flood issues. So it is our obligation, first and foremost, as council, to protect buildings and protect the livelihoods of others. So with those two alone, let alone all the other reasons why not to sell it, I just simply cannot support this. The lake levels around there are very high. We do know that we have stormwater issues, so it is just not reasonable to suggest this at all. It's not appropriate, and I do not support Lee Road converting to anything other than the green space. And sorry, just finally, even though it is a large green space, large green spaces allow people to walk dogs, throw balls, kick balls, play on it. It's very important that we're able to give them that space. And we also heard from residents here that if we do have homes here, there's no schools within walking distance. It's a very long way away from any health services or police services if there is an emergency. So while it might look good in a picture, practically, this is not a good solution for housing, and I think we should further investigate housing in sections that are closer to the inner city and respect the amenity and value. You've already said many of the area out Lee Road was zoned rural. There's a reason for that. It's appropriate for rural residential. It's appropriate for large green spaces, and I don't want that to have to change for residents that are currently there, so I do not support this.
Thank you. Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought we were in questions and I've obviously missed that. So we are in questions? Okay, thank you. I can ask a question.
And then we're moving straight to thank you.
So my question just relates around a geotech report, and given that we had so many submissions saying that there was such a high water table and stormwater issues and the site was unsuitable for building, and given that Kaingaroa have had, 2 years to look at the suitability or do due diligence on the Tatoki Street site, which you've now said looks like it's going to be unsuitable. So have we done any geotech on there to assess whether it actually is viable to build on Lee Road?
Yes, geotech has been undertaken and it is feasible to develop on that site. There are some, recommendations in terms of foundations, but that is not uncommon in our town.
Thank you. And Your Worship, you did move, so we're going to thank you. Thank you.
Just that question about the remainder to be retained for stormwater and amenity, doesn't that take into account the concerns about the low-lying area?
Yes, it does. I think there's the second part, of course, which is with development, you need to manage stormwater on site, and if a development was to proceed on that site, it would have to manage that stormwater and probably the improvement to the stormwater in that vicinity. So
speaking to in support of this, actually, this is one, and I did hear the submitters and they were very passionate about it, and yes, so was the holiday park, and that is a valuable asset. None of us are saying it's not. However, others have said they were pressured into signing a petition, and when they were asked, those that came to their door, they said, no, we support social housing and want to see that land of Lee Road Reserve developed. So that's where some submitters who came with passion, and we heard them, and I think there's been an adjustment made in this recommendation to take that into account of keeping some green space so that they can access it from the holiday park and use some green space there, take into account stormwater and amenity, and I think this could be one that gets reinvested in as well. So I totally support option D.
Going to put that. You had one question, thank you.
Kia ora through you, Madam Chair. JP, Steph, the Mayor spoke about reinvestment. What in that particular part of the network, if this was to go through, where would that reinvestment be appropriated?
The investment would be to resolve the gap in reserves at the Tino Road end of Lee Road around Charles Road. So there is an existing gap in reserves in that area.
Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded, and I'm going to read that motion for the Lee Road Reserve. Progressed a two-stage process for disposal and development of, I better read it from up here, of 70% of the site outside sound contour and remainder to be retained for stormwater amenity, and with proceeds being used to address under provision around Charles Road / eastern end of Lee Road. Moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Oh, all right. We better have a... Oh, that's... No. Yeah, thank you. That motion is... I'm sorry, I'll just make sure we've got... That motion is lost. That motion is lost. Is that correct? Want to have a...
Madam Chair, on that note, may I please move a further motion that we retain the reserve? Oh, did you? Yes. Sorry, I will second that for Raj.
Just, yes, can you just give just a moment, please?
Get a success.
Have a mover and a seconder? Thank you. We do have a mover and a seconder. That the... And that is C, isn't it?
Yeah.
That Lee Road Reserve be retained, the reserve be retained. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I'm actually going to put, well, yes, I will. I'll put that now. We've had ample discussion and it's quite clear. Thank you. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour that Lee Road be reserve be retained, please raise your right hand. I'll get them to raise your right hand rather than to. That has been retained. It's clear. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think the amendment up there doesn't reflect the voting originally, does it?
Yeah, I've got them all written down.
Okay, just to make sure that the correct the
original.
Through you, Madam Chair, I voted for the motion the first time on the basis that the other end of Lee Road is underserviced. I voted for the motion the second time because I support keeping the reserve in an improved state.
That's right, we noted that.
So I changed. I'm not party voting.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, that's so noted. Thank you. So we come to that final reserve, which is the Coulter Road, and thank you for that. Thank you for the discussion that we had around Lee Road. Coulter Road Reserve, and this is part. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The feedback around Coulter Road Reserve indicated that the reserve is strongly valued and used by the community there. We also acknowledge that there is a lack of provision in this wider area, with Scott Street Reserve being the nearest one, which is under lease to the school. And while we are expecting some new reserves to come online shortly with Wharenui development, there is still an accessibility issue here. So the recommendation is to retain this reserve in its entirety, but in doing so we also need to recognise that there is a lack of investment in the space and that there will be work required to improve the quality. So the recommendation also includes that staff will work with the community to identify what those improvements that are required and where investment is needed into the reserve.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move this recommendation.
Happy to second. Not a question per se, but it did relate to my the way in which I voted previously, because if I was convinced that the reinvestment from Lee Road was actually going to service the Eastern District and not just Lee Road again, then I might have voted differently. But I'm absolutely ecstatic and really want to congratulate the members of the public, and especially that particular area around Coulter Road, who brought passion to their submissions and the hearing process, because they were the reason why the vote, I'm feeling, will be quite well supported, because they cared and valued their back door. So, nei rā te mihi kia koutou.
Your Worship, then Mrs Trumper.
Yes, and this is again where you see the value of consultation and community submissions. I was moved by the decency of the submitters around Coulter Road that didn't personalise this, didn't blame, and put their submissions in a thoroughly respectful way, which I as always listened to. You get more bang for your bucks when you come and lay a submission at the table that is well researched, reasonably put, and never personalised. And so Coulter Road, I totally support. And I think that's the value of us going out and saying there are wins and there are losses, and there are always a middle ground of where we could go. And I'm happy to support option C.
Thank you. I had Mrs Trumper, thank you.
Thank you. It was a question. You've actually got it that you're going to work with the community. Is that also with Tātou Panamu, to make sure that they're actually involved from, when we start the consultation with them? I mean, this is absolutely a critical submission, and I actually support what Her Worship has said. They came along with a really heartfelt submission, and I think in fairness we go back to the Wrigley Road Reserve, and they had the heads up that that was going to be some reserve sales, and they were upset, but they actually came in to see council and to seek the information so that they actually got fact. Unfortunately, that was not the case with many other submitters. And I am absolutely 100% behind Coulter, but I just needed to know that Tātou Panamu was definitely part of the community.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And firstly, a question. As we've gone through these individual reserves, a number of the ones where we've done part sales, that income from the sales has been clearly identified as being reapplied to that reserve. We know how much, well, I know how much it costs to fix up a reserve, and to even do a playground upgrade, because we do this out in the Lakes community area. So can we be assured that funding will be, it's great to go out and work with the community about what they want, but actually we need funding for it, and I'm just worried that I can't see where the funding will come from this reserve sale process. So can we be sure that funding will be found?
That's a decision that Council will have to make through an annual plan process. I think it's really important that you understand that we had a conversation here about saying if these reserves are sold, and we're talking about collective, that would potentially provide some funding for reinvestment. So some were tagged to locations, some were tagged to gaps, and some were tagged more generally, which would have supported areas like Coulter. I've heard a discussion just now about the retention of Lee and investment in Lee. That would have to be looked to, how much of the funding of the decisions you've made is maintained, and how much becomes an annual plan discussion about if you're seeking to lift the levels of service, then that would involve new money and new funding.
Thank you. And just a quick comment too, other people have made it around the submissions that were made on Coulter Road. And I think the submissions around Coulter Road especially were just a fantastic example where quality of submissions can override quantity of submissions. And there were two young women in particular who came along, spoke to us with both passion and reason about their reserves, and they had a huge impact on my thinking about the retention of that reserve. So just congratulations to those two young wahine that came along. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had my hand up first to move this motion, but I'm not unhappy that Councillor Wang and Councillor Yates got in there. Totally support the recommendation. That's there. C. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to you, Councillor Wang. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't keep it too long. I went out to visit this reserve when it came up, and like I did to the other reserves as well. But when you saw the reserve, you saw I think, from me personally, saw the potential for it to be a very quality neighbourhood reserve, and I'm really glad. And we heard that through the submissions as well, that the public saw not only did they not want the reserve to be revoked, but they actually asked that the reserve have improvements and investment and to bring it up to that quality. And so I'm really glad that this is the recommendation, and I'm really glad to be moving this recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we've had good discussion on that. So it has been moved and seconded, so I will put that motion, and this is the Coulter Road Reserve part. Retain service, staff to work with community to identify opportunities to improve reserve. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Could I please have a mover and a seconder for recommendations 7 and 8? Are they up there? Yes, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. And that is for, are there any questions at this point? Otherwise, I'm going to go straight to the motion. Thank you. 7, that the committee notes the long delay in revoking reserve status under the Reserves Act, as well as the lack of council control over Crown-owned reserves, and therefore recommends to Council to direct the Chief Executive to pursue a draft local bill that achieves the recommendations for each of the identified reserve sites. 8, that the committee recommends to Council that a first right of refusal and subsequent expressions of interest process be adopted with criteria to be confirmed in subsequent Council meetings. Moved and seconded. I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Against? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Thank you. That's the recommendations are carried. Thank you, councillors. Look, I want to thank you very much. That wasn't an easy agenda item and for us to discuss today. Thank you for the wide range of discussions. I also want to thank you for your attendance at the 4 days of the hearings. We did hear some impassioned speeches from the community, and don't forget we also had submissions come through by other media, by other avenues as well. But this is our job as councillors, without fear or favour, to debate the issues and come up with the solutions that we think that will be best, not only for the current situation for our city, but also for the future as well. So I thank you for the debate on the revocation of our reserves. And I'm now going to have a recess for lunch, and we will have a good half an hour for lunch. Thank you. So we're back at 2:45, 2:45, thank you. Half an hour, we're having a half an hour for lunch. I'm going to seek approval from my council colleagues to bring Warwick and my brother-in-law in to have a cup of tea. I don't think they'd mind. I'll go and ask if they do. Hey, is the an open discussion, and that's 6.4, recommendation, delegation of authority for the Chief Executive to approve contract 22/035, urban water renewal 2022 to 2024. Could I please ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Thank you, Councillor Yates. Thank you. Oh, no, sorry, put them out. All those in favour of the... Thank you. Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Kia ora, Regan.
Tēnā koe e te tiamana, tēnā koutou e te kaunihira, kone te mihi aki kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a perhaps not as interesting report. I don't have any fans behind me really, but I will, in the interests of timekeeping, take this as read and happy to take any questions.
Well, I think it's quite straightforward. Thank you. Mover and a seconder for the motion. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Wang. It's Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wang. Thank you. Any discussion? No. Well, thank you. Well, I will put that. I'll read the motion that the committee recommends to Council to approve the delegation of authority for the Chief Executive to approve contract 22/035 urban water renewal 2022 to 2024. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you. Carried. Thank you, Regan. May I have a resolution to go into the public excluded, please? Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Madam Chair, just before we go into excluded,
yes.
Yes.
Public
would I be able to make just a quick comment?
Yes, certainly.
Just as
you'd like this to be in the public.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes. You know, next week you'll have your last council meeting, and no doubt there will be some comments made there and goodbyes made. But since this is my last SPNF meeting for this term, I'd love to be back next term, but definitely my last one for this year. Look, I just wanted to say to everyone around the table how great it has been working with you all this term. Sure. With very few exceptions, it has been a pleasure debating topics with you, reaching decisions. We haven't always agreed, but we've always gone into the green room and been friends afterwards, and it has been a really nice environment to be in. I know some of you won't be back next time. I know some of you are standing for election, and my best wishes to everyone standing for election. But I would just like to thank two people specifically. First one, Councillor Donaldson, Dave, and he came along to our last community board meeting and talked about his first two terms when he was community board councillor on our boards. And I just want to thank you once again, Dave. You listened and you took your lessons from being on the community board, and you have been a staunch supporter of the Lakes communities all the way through, and of all the really necessary things that we've needed to do out there. So on behalf of the Lakes community, I just want to thank you for all your support and all your incredible work on council over the last 9 years, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. I would also like to especially thank our Mayor, Steve. I've got to say, look, your relationship with the Lakes community stretches far beyond just being the Mayor of Rotorua. When I first met you, you were pretty well the only political ally of the Lakes communities when they started fighting for water quality. And we had local government and councils that didn't listen to us. You were our MP, and you should have a huge amount of pride of what's happened in our lakes and the huge achievements around water quality we've had, because it was you listening to those communities and taking that back to government, getting the Prime Minister up here, that kicked off all the funding we have had for all our projects. And you have always been and continue to be as Mayor a staunch supporter of our lakes, and I just think of all the work you've done with Tarawera in support there, and I am so proud to have been associated with Council on the Community Board while you have been Mayor. It has been fantastic to watch what has happened in Rotorua over the last 9 years, and how the city has really turned around, and how we do look to the future. So thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of the Lakes community's hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my final meeting as Community Board Chair, and I have had the absolute privilege of representing my community at the table, and I've spent 2 terms, and I must say that I've been told that I'm a really good politician. I'm not really, I'm just me, and I say it as I see it. And you either know I like you or you know I don't. And I don't pull any punches normally. And I just want to thank Jeff and his team for making the team available to the community boards and working with us. It took a long time to build up that trust with a new community board and the team to take us seriously. And we have achieved a significant amount for the rural community, and that's through your leadership and your support for the board and what we have stood for the last 2 terms. I'd like to thank Phil for the immense support he has given me in my first term. All my training has come from him, so all my faults blame him. Yeah. And as for her worship, I want to give a special mention for her mentorship, having the trust in both Phil and I, putting us onto respective committees across council. Being part of the leadership team has been a tremendous honour. And if I don't get back as the Rural Ward Councillor, I wish you all the best. Next week will be my final meeting as board chair. And yeah, so if you want to pop in, it's just going to be a easy meeting. In fact, there's very little on the agenda. And it's just going to be a celebration of our 2 terms. So thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, everybody, the support has been tremendous and very welcoming. So I wish the new board all the best, and I hope they have, or they build up that kind of relationship that we started. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very nice to hear that, and I'm sure the public will have heard that too. And thank you for your wishes too. Thank you very much. So we're now going to go into a confidential item. Oh, we are confidential, yes. Everything's off. I'll just make sure that we've got.
Just before we go into confidential.
Wait a second till we get the tick that everything's off.